I woke up to silence, but the war had begun. They froze my account, said I'd done something wrong. Wasn't no crime, just living free. Now the system got a chain on me. They took my savings, my future, my land, with a single code line and a government hand. Said it was safety, said it was green, but all I see is tyranny behind the screen. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. I believed in the promise, the man with a plan, but the same old swamp just changed its brand. He banned the front door, opened the back, signed the bills that launched the final attack. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. Your gold, your guns, your voice, your name, they'll digitize it all, then shift the blame. Volunteerizing AI chains, freedom dying slow in patriotic flames. This ain't about safety, it's control in disguise. With your ID, your face, your tears, your time, they wrapped it in stars, sold it with pride. But freedom's bleeding out from the inside. DEFCON 1, and they call it peace, but I still got breath. I still believe we can break the code, escape the scheme, turn this nightmare back into a dream.
They said it's for safety, they said it's for peace, but they put the cage up first, then they hid the keys.
Roger V, 109 years, Ian framed up, engineered with fears. Roman road code made privacy strong. They call it a crime when free
A $1 billion prayer answered in a petri dish. Tell me, is that heaven? Or just a hostage with a halo?
Blueprints signed by ghosts in suits, white coats, offshore loot, Epstein Island, Santa Fe, secret pay, recruit the youth. Game me coded mantra, chant a conscious evolution. MetaMask for technocrats who harvest data like communion. Noosphere surveillance, tell our dreams in server racks. Pearson Teal bankroll a stack, AI gods on proxy tracks. They weaponize redemption, edit sins with CRISPR pens. Code of spirit, keep the shell, rewrite the meek to fit their ends.
Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who wants tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine? Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who wants tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted
routine? Talk prophets I love, but silence the devils they serve. Swapping our doubt for dopamine, selling the sky on reserve. Anti-rivalrous sermons mask the prophet in the plot, while drones carve halos in the air for those they chose to swap. Bypass pipelines, crime belief, influencers echo the creed. ID weave spinning the feed, complexity cloaks the greed. Edge foundation, last questions, answer the hidden labs. Paradise lost in an NFT, traded for server slabs. Upload the conscience, auction the flesh, legislate death through a silicone mesh. Run that test, bet your breath. Who's your God when the code out lives your chest, oh!
Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who owns tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine? Ghost in the genome, code on the throne. Who owns tomorrow when the seed's not our own? Pray in the data, kneel to the screen. Is freedom a prayer or a scripted routine?
If the future's a marketplace and the soul's on clearance, remember, a bargain with a ghost still costs you your breath.
It's all binding, buddy, sign after sign. The devil's got a lawyer and he's working for free. He'll rent your own shadow for a monthly fee. Ain't no pen, ain't no face, just a phantom contract in a database. Agree, that's the key. You don't own nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. They'll leash you the sunlight, the shoes on your feet. They'll auction your laughter down on Market Street. A box unchecked is a door that won't open. The future's foreclosed and the contract's been spoken. Click wrap chains, man, they never break. Even God signed once by mistake. Agree, that's the key. You don't own nothing but the lock and the fee. Sign with a finger, blood on the screen. Terms and conditions in a corporate dream. Step right up, don't be shy. Scroll down the page, let your freedom die. No exit door, no midnight train. Just a click here, tattoo carved into your brain. Agree, ambitions and a corporate dream. You're mine now. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take.
Roger stood with fire in his hand, wheeling built a haven on free land.
Roman wrote the code they fear the most. Now they're ghosts in the machine they boast.
They dress it up as law and order, but it's chains across the border. Can't hide the truth in paper lies.
Freedom's got a billion eyes. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break. Yeah, yo, EO 14067, a law that kills the hope we're given. But paper crowns will wash away when the people rise one day.
Roger in Roman's name, we'll sing 'em loud, we'll light that flame.
Every cage they try to build, ooh, will break when voices won't be still. Roger, we will stand for you. Ian, we will fight it through. Roman, your code will run. Freedom's rise has just begun. We don't bow, we don't bow, we don't break, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take.
Let's try this again. All right. My understanding is that the audio was muted. I've actually, I've done about 20 different changes this week. So I have a completely new setup, a new computer, a new camera, and everything. So a lot of variables going on today, plus launching a new site. So hopefully everything will come together. I was just saying that today we're actually focusing on solutions. We've been talking a lot about technocracy and the threat of technocracy and how rapidly technocracy has been growing, particularly since the election. But today the emphasis is going to be specifically on solutions. I got involved with Zano April of last year. And at that point, I'd been introduced to the technology and I've been interested in tokenization since 2018 and fell in love with the idea of being able to privately tokenize assets and trade them without third parties, because I've been 100% focused on stopping CBDCs and technocratic tyranny. Since that time, in just a year and a half, the entire ecosystem has just exploded with all kinds of new applications. So what you're going to see tonight is I'm going to go through an overview of the ecosystem, and you're going to be able to see what is possible today, not in the future, not talking about what might be in the future, but what already exists today. And then we're also going to talk about what can be built on Zano in the future, what can be built. And in fact, I'm going to frame this in terms of threats and counters. So what is the technocratic threat with respect to food and medicine and money and so forth? And then how do we counter that with Zano? And in fact, I've built a website. It's an alpha version of the website. In fact, I've been working on it all the way up until about 2 minutes before we went live, called freedomforge.io. And the point of this site is to provide guides and useful information for onboarding people, provide links to workshops that I'm going to be starting up again. But more importantly, it's a website where I'm going to be educating, incubating, advising, and investing in startup projects in the Zano ecosystem that are specifically counters to technocratic threats. I've been working on a book for quite some time called The Revolution Will Be Tokenized. It's actually been a very difficult book to write because I'm trying to take some very complicated concepts and make it accessible. And what I've learned is, since I've been immersed in this for 7 years, I want to start being more concrete in explaining and maybe even showing and building rapid prototypes of what can be built on Zano. My purpose isn't to own all of this or even to run all of it. I don't care who runs it, but there are some of these things that absolutely have to be built. If they're not built, then we will lose to technocracy by default because we don't have any alternatives. It's not enough to know about the threats of technology. In the absence of viable solutions, we're going to be stuck. So that's the framework for tonight. And moving forward, it's going to be about a third of the podcast. Every week, I'm going to go into more detail into a specific either existing solution within the Zano ecosystem or an idea about something that could be built in the Zano ecosystem. I want to really hopefully get people thinking about how they can make the transition from a centralized economy trending towards technocracy to one that is decentralized and private. So I'm going to go through some of the housekeeping. And by the way, if you could like and share this, usually I spend more time marketing these podcasts with email lists and everything else and sending notes out to groups. This is a new time and format for the show. So this show used to be at 8 o'clock on Thursday. Now it's 6 p.m. Eastern time on Monday and Thursday. So for a lot of people, this is a new time and they're probably not even aware that this is going on. And unfortunately, I got a little bit too caught up trying to get some of this stuff done to do an adequate job marketing. So liking and sharing this and sending links in groups and so forth would be really helpful because I think this is important. We are at a point in time right now where it's time for mass adoption. The Zano ecosystem has enough developed where we can start really onboarding people and scaling. And that hasn't been the case. I mean, there's been a lot of development work, a lot of very promising projects that were being worked on, but I wanted to get this website launched and have this podcast today because now is go time. Now we can actually start implementing these solutions. So my podcast on Monday, I went through 10 signs that technocracy is already here. And then I previewed some of the exciting things that are going on with Zano, which I will recap again a bit later. And I'm going to not go through all of those again, but I am going to do a really quick overview of technocracy and explain just how quickly technocracy is accelerating. The week before that, I actually launched another alpha site called ownnothing.org. This is still, I haven't had time to work on that site, but the idea behind this is that I'm arguing that we already own nothing from a contractual perspective, that we've signed these click wrap agreements for everything from software to our investment portfolios to, leasing agreement, to your car rental agreement. And that in essence, we've given away our data, we've given away our privacy, we've given away, in many cases, our economic ownership. And I put that site together and I'm developing it because I think people really need to wake up. There's not enough of a sense of urgency. Most people don't even know what technocracy is, but even upon getting introduced to the idea, there seems to be this belief that we have a lot of time. And what I think you'll see if you actually examine this is that we're already 90% of the way there and it's moving rapidly. So I hope, if anything, what comes out of this episode is a real sense of urgency for what we're up against. I barely had time to launch this or even announce it in the last podcast, but I have created a new website, theaarondayshow.com. I encourage you to check it out. It's a great opportunity for you to see all of the episodes. You can link to all the different platforms that we're on. We get most of our traffic on X, but we're also on Rumble, YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music, iTunes, etc. And I am going to be moving towards IPFS as well, so that we have a completely decentralized alternative. I'm going to be building some community features around it. I'm also going to be adding Zano integration and rewards, but I'll talk more about that later. But this is a great place to go to, again, see all of the content, but you can also see my other interviews. And there's a web page where you can book me for interviews or speaking events, that type of thing. So I'll be doing a lot more development on that site. It was last week or the week before at Times Blurry. We did this great technocracy roundtable with Courtney Turner, Patrick Wood, Craig, and myself. We're going to be doing that again later this month. And I encourage you to watch that and to watch these guys. I mean, if you want to know about technocracy, the OG on this is Patrick Wood. He's written multiple books about this. He has a terrific boot camp course. It's like a college level course on the whole history of technocracy. Courtney Turner's done a phenomenal job delving into a lot of issues with phenomenal, well-researched information. And so, please check that out, because the word is not getting out fast enough about technocracy. Technocracy is spreading faster than the word about it. Just a reminder of a few events coming up. I'll be at Polyface Farms, September the 12th and the 13th. I'm actually going to go to DC first to sit in on one of these hearings with Aaron Seary and Toby Rogers from the Brownstone Institute. Toby's a great guy, and he knows probably more about the links. I can't even say what it is here, but between vaccines and certain medical conditions than anyone. So that'll be interesting. I think there are going to be some fireworks around that. I'm going to be attending the Peak Prosperity Summit on September the 14th. I actually pre-recorded not an interview, but a video for the Crypto Vigilante Online Summit. So I believe that is also on the 12th at 11 or noon. You can check that out. That's online. And then we have the Brownstone annual event coming up, which is October the 31st through November the 1st in Salt Lake City. I encourage you to get tickets, because these Brownstone events always end up sold out at this point. Just a quick reminder, our political prisoners of war are still under attack. There is no substantial movement at all on any of these. So when you hear people telling you that the war on crypto is over and America is the best place in the world for crypto, point them to the fact that some of the biggest leaders in promoting cryptocurrency adoption and promoting freedom are still either in prison or facing up to life in prison for non-crimes, for political lawfare launched under the Biden administration. So I encourage you to check out Roger Ver and sign his open letter at freerogernow.org. Support Ian Freeman at freeiannow.org. And support Roman Storm at freeromanstorm.com. And I will say Roman needs some financial assistance. I think he's already spent $5 million in legal fees. He lost at trial, so he's awaiting sentencing now. Hopefully, I'm assuming he's going to appeal this. I mean, he lost on one of the 4 charges, and he didn't lose on the largest. But nevertheless, as it stands, he's looking at prison time, and it's already cost $5 million. He's been fighting this in the Southern District of New York. So if you can, please support Roman. So again, to set the framework, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I always talk about technocracy, but I know there's some people listening to this that are new. I do want to frame specifically so that people understand why privacy tokens and privacy crypto is so important, right? This is not a nice to have story. This isn't a niche story. This isn't a number go up story. We're in a war right now, and that war is technocracy versus freedom. And I'll show a short video about what technocracy is if you're not familiar with it. And what's at stake is free will itself. So essentially, under a technocratic regime, scientists and engineers will make decisions for everyone. There will be a digital monetary system based on energy credits, and you will have a social credit system with AI surveillance, where you really lose the ability to make decisions about any aspect of your life. It's an ideology. Technocracy isn't technology. It's an ideology. And it's a movement that's been going on for almost a century. And until recently, they haven't had much traction, but the ideas that they've had were, I guess, ahead of their time in some ways. But now with the internet, digital currencies, AI surveillance, and everything else, they're very close to being able to execute on what they were trying to do. So this is a battle for free will. And I would argue that tokenization is actually the battleground. This is why this is important. This is why I'm spending so much time on Zano and working on these projects, because what the technocrats are doing is they are creating digital tokens that represent everything that we own. Not just money, but it does include money, CBDCs or stable coins. But they're going to tokenize our stocks, our bonds, our portfolios, our homes, every asset they're going to tokenize. And the way that they're tokenizing it is one in which they can track, program, and censor the tokens. And so this is how we end up owning nothing. And it can actually happen at a click of a mouse button. And when you see what's happened with these legal contracts, with the click wrap agreements, we've already given up our legal rights. The centralized tokenization piece of this makes it really easy for the technocrats to push us into a single global system. So I'm going to play this short video just for people that are new to this concept. This is from Derek Bros. It's a couple minutes long, just with a quick overview about what technocracy is all about.
As a technocrat, let's dive in. In the early 20th century, a movement began to develop around a political theory known as technocracy, a system wherein management of governments is handled by technical experts, often involving technology-focused solutions. Early proponents of technocracy claimed that the concept would lead to better management of resources and the protection of the planet. However, this system of governance by technological experts and their technology would also involve a loss of privacy, as well as centralization of power and the management of all human behavior. Although the term appears to have been largely forgotten, the technocratic philosophy and influence can be seen everywhere in our modern digital world.
Already beginning to arrive at the huge civic auditorium, where a large receptive audience turned out to hear Howard Scott as he warned of an impending crisis in America's domestic and foreign affairs.
One of the most influential proponents of technocracy was a man named Howard Scott, a writer who founded the Technical Alliance in New York City in 1919. Scott believed that business owners lacked the necessary skills and data to reform their industry, and thus, control should be handed over to engineers. The technocrats publicized their vision of a centrally planned world via books, speeches, clubs, and political parties. This resulted in a brief period of popularity in the US and Canada in the years following the Great Depression. As politicians and economists searched for a solution to the financial calamity, the technocrats imagined a world where politicians and business owners were replaced with scientists, engineers, and other technical experts who would manage the economy. However, in the 1940s, mainstream interest in the technocracy movement seemed to dissipate. The ideas that underpinned the technocratic vision received a notable endorsement in 1970 when political scientist Zbigniew Brzezinski released his book, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era. Brzezinski will be familiar to long-term researchers of the ruling elite. Until his death in 2018, Brzezinski was a diplomat who ran in the same circles as David Rockefeller and former Secretary of State and accused war criminal Henry Kissinger. Brzezinski served as advisor to several presidents, from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama. He was also a member of the Atlantic Council, the National Endowment for Democracy, and the Council on Foreign Relations. Although Brzezinski's book Between Two Ages substituted the term technotronic for technocratic, the depiction of the future is the same, a world in which the scientific and technological elite centrally plan the lives of all humanity. Essentially, Brzezinski's vision is a technologically advanced, authoritarian-style collectivism wherein individual liberties are subordinated to the apparent needs of the collective. When we examine the world of 2025, we clearly see the signs of technocratic influence. For example, we can see this influence in the wealthiest companies and the most influential CEOs. These individuals are running companies that have amassed large amounts of financial wealth as well as unfathomable amounts of digital data on all of their customers. From Jeff Bezos at Amazon, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook, Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX, we can see the technocratic ideology. These men and their colleagues in various technological industries wield immense power through their companies, wealth, and cultural influence. These individuals have enough money, resources, and connections to shape elections, geoengineer the climate, and cause dips in the stock market, to name a few examples. They are the technocratic class of 2025.
So that's a brief overview of technocracy, but I want to bring home the point about this energy credit thing, because when I talk to people about technocracy and I say, listen, they want to replace the price system with a system based on energy credits, and people are like, well, that'll take forever to do. Well, I want to show you this short video, and I want you to keep in mind that what I'm about to show you actually exists. This isn't a theoretical. This is an actual product.
In 2018, the United Nations released an urgent report emphasizing the need to cut carbon emissions in half by 2030 in order to avoid an irreversible climate crisis. The average consumer in Sweden causes around 10 tons of carbon emissions each year, of which 60% is linked to consumption. Later in 2018, Autonomy, a Swedish fintech, took on the challenge and launched Do, a mobile banking service for everyday climate action. The Do app is connected to a credit card that enables users to track and measure their carbon footprint from each purchase and to compensate for its impact day by day. This spring, Autonomy took its fight against climate change one step further by adding a premium credit card to its offer. But instead of introducing a premium credit card with the typical benefits that encourages further mass consumption, Autonomy did the opposite by launching Do Black, the world's first credit card with a carbon limit. Simply put, it's the first credit card ever to stop you from overspending. Not based on your available funds, but rather on the levels of CO2 emissions caused by your consumption. Do Black helps you track your climate impact and ensures that you reduce it by 50% in line with the UN 2030 recommendation.
The core purpose of Do Black is not only the ability to measure the impact of your consumption, but also bringing it to a direct halt making it a radical tool against climate change.
For years, credit cards have put a limit on our credit. Do Black puts a limit on our impact.
So that exists. And in order for that to exist, and because I researched this, what it means is that there has to be a database that associates what products and services you're using and how much carbon they use. And then when you dig into this further, and you can Google this, you can look up MasterCard's green program, you'll find out there are well over 150 corporate partners that have been working with MasterCard for years, building this infrastructure. So this idea that the technocrats are going to move towards this energy credit system isn't theoretical. They've been working on it for years. So when you see on your airline ticket, here's how much CO2 it uses, or some restaurants and other places are just putting it on their receipts, they're not doing that as part of an awareness campaign. They're actually starting to groom us for this idea of associating our financial transactions with carbon. So this is happening at a very aggressive rate. I'm not going to rehash everything that I went through on Monday, but what I will say is, as I've been working on these websites and trying to get the presentation together for today, I had Alex Jones on in the background. This was yesterday and a little bit today. And Jones is sitting there saying, oh, well, I don't know why all these people are black-pilled. We're defeating the globalists. We're defeating Klaus Schwab. We've got them on the run. I think he's completely either lost the plot or he's compromised at this point, because there is this new manufactured division that when you examine it is just two different flavors of technocracy. On the left, you have Yuval Noah Harari, who of course, hangs around Klaus Schwab and WEF and those circles. And on the right, you have Curtis Yarvin, who is pushing this new neo-monarchy authoritarian structure. But when you break it down and you look at what they're both doing, they're both promoting technocracy. So while it might not be Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab, we have an even worse and more effective variant, which is Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and the PayPal mafia. So while people are sitting here celebrating that the globalists have been defeated, they have accelerated technocracy more in the last 8 months. I think that it's accelerated in total by 5 years. And I'm not going to go through all 10 of these signs, but I would just want to give you a couple of examples just to drive the point home. Real ID was originally proposed in 2005. It took 20 years to get implemented. It was always pushed back. Trump gets elected. You start talking about, well, we need it for voting. We need it for illegal immigration. And then Kristi Noem comes in and pushes it through after 20 years of people fighting about it. And when it was pushed in, there was almost no resistance at all. In fact, people are largely celebrating this. Real ID is digital in 8 states with a rollout. So you can actually tie your Real ID to Google Pay, to your Google Wallet, to your Apple Wallet. And they are expanding this and rolling it out ultimately, I'm sure, to all 50 states. Then you have on top of that, this whole psyop with Musk, where people are like, oh yeah, he's going to make government more efficient. He's going to use his money-making skills and his engineering efficiency to fix government. Well, he didn't save any money, but what he did do is he connected Palantir to the IRS through an API. And Palantir is a project that Peter Thiel co-funded, and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel have a long relationship all the way back to the PayPal days. And so we didn't get the savings, but we got technocracy. And now Palantir has been authorized to build a database of Americans. And so what they're going to do is they're going to connect all of the data in all of these federal government departments, and they're going to tie it to Real ID. And some people are convinced that this is somehow about efficiency, and it should be absolutely horrifying once you dig into it. The other thing that we have is the Genius Act, which is a backdoor CBDC, which I've talked about for multiple episodes. Basically, what they've done is they've taken popular private stablecoins and put them under control of Congress and the Federal Reserve. And it's Congress that is responsible for financial surveillance. Congress is responsible for know your customer laws, anti-money laundering laws, the Patriot Act, and then you have the suspicious activity reports. All of that other stuff now is coming to private stablecoins. And this is also being done to sell more treasuries because they're requiring that these stablecoins be backed only by US treasuries. So again, Trump said, oh, we're not going to have a CBDC. Everybody thought, oh, this is great. You know, he held to his word. We've beaten the globalists. But instead, we've done something much worse. We've taken something that's private, added the financial surveillance of CBDCs, knowing that people won't understand it. And now we have mass adoption of CBDC level surveillance because there was $27 trillion worth of stablecoin transactions last year. If you tried to launch a CBDC, it would take a long time to get that kind of adoption. So we have a backdoor CBDC with much greater adoption, but we're not stopping at just tokenizing money. They're also pushing, and it's already been pushed in the, I can't remember the House or the Senate, the Clarity Act, which is going to allow for the tokenization of stocks, bonds, commodities, all your financial instruments. People are like, oh yeah, this is more adoption. And I have a video clip I'll play later when we talk about solutions. No, they're going to be adding that know your customer, anti-money laundering, all of that surveillance is now going to apply to these digital tokenized instruments as well. So again, this is a fast track of digital tokenization that is under the control of government, that is programmable, trackable, and censorable. We have the One Big Beautiful Bill, which has $150 billion for AI surveillance and for further militarizing the police. And now we have other things like, 600 judges from the Pentagon are going to get involved in things and everything else. It is just a massive power grab. And you have people sitting here saying, we're beating the globalist. We are not beating the globalist. We've just lost 5 years and people are celebrating it. And I'm not saying it to be black-pilled. I'm the least black-pilled person around because I think that we can defeat this, but it's not by voting. And it's not by thinking that Trump is going to be a hero this week and then Musk next week and then RFK. That's not going to happen. We have to take control of our own free will and we have to build solutions. You cannot win a rigged contest. So with that, I'm going to jump into, so that's the framework. So technocracy, I would argue, is here. It's accelerating and most people don't know what it is and are unknowingly cheering it on. I would argue because of propaganda. And again, when I mentioned something like Jones, I don't know if Jones is not a stupid guy. So it does make me wonder, how do you talk about these concepts about digital surveillance and all this other stuff, and you leave out Elon Musk and you leave out Peter Thiel and you leave out everything that's going on with the administration? How do you just miss that? Give that a pass. So there are a lot of people now excited about, they think, oh, well, we're winning. RFK's got them on the ropes. Victory is within reach. And in the meantime, there is more surveillance infrastructure being put in place than anyone could have ever imagined. So this is how we get to Zano and the topic of tonight's conversation. So I'm really excited about it. So while I mentioned that all of these assets are going to be tokenized or are tokenized centrally, where they're transparent, they're trackable, they're programmable, they're censorable. A solution to that is to tokenize assets and trade them in a way that's private, that requires no third party, and that can't be viewed or censored by third parties. And this is the reason that I'm excited about Zano. I mean, to the point where I'm writing a book called The Revolution Will Be Tokenized, which I mentioned earlier. But I've decided instead to build some of these websites, build some of these tools, and then write the book kind of about the solution. So it's going to be less theoretical, which is what it was when I started writing it, and more practical. So again, the tokenization to me is the battleground for free will. It is the battleground of technocracy versus freedom. And on the one hand, you have, whether it's Musk or Larry Fink or Bill Gates centrally pulling the strings, or a version where you have control over your own tokens and can trade however you want. I'm going to play a very short video of Larry Fink from Davos last year, just so that you understand where he's at with respect to tokenization.
Are you planning on issuing any either meme coin ETFs or anything like that now that the animal spirits seem to be very much alive?
I think the Sorkin coin should.
Sorkin coin. We got to do a squat coin. We've talked, Becky and I, we talked about a squat coin.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you fascinated by this, by the way? Just the whole phenomenon?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
As a huge believer of crypto and blockchain and tokenization, I want the SEC to rapidly approve the tokenization of bonds and stocks. That will simplify things, make things easier. Some of the tax on BlackRock would never have to vote on a proxy vote anymore because every owner of record would be notified through a tokenization of equities. And it would save more money for more people. It would bring down the cost of ownership of stock and bonds. So those are the type of financial reforms we need.
Right.
Once again, there you have Larry Fink pushing tokenization, and I guarantee you that he's not pushing tokenization so he can give up control and give up his revenue stream. Related to this, and again, this whole, we're winning and Klaus Schwab and everything else, I have to point out that Larry Fink is now the co-chair of the WEF, and having him as the co-chair of the World Economic Forum is far more threatening and far more menacing than having Klaus Schwab, some, academic in his 80s or however old he is, has been replaced by somebody that manages trillions of dollars worth of assets and has political ties all over the world. In addition to being on the board of the WEF, he's also on the board of the Trilateral Commission. Fink has been pushing this for quite some time. So this is real. These are the people that we're up against. And as I mentioned, Congress quietly passed our digital prison. In fact, it wasn't even all that quiet. I watched the hearings. I ranted about it. You can see some of my other videos about this, making up all these stories. Oh yeah, we have to, be better than communist China. We need to make sure that Americans are not surveilled, their financial transactions are not surveilled, and so on and so forth. All lies. They basically are adding all of the surveillance of our existing system and applying it to these tokens. But most people, if you look at MAGA's like, oh yeah, this is pro-America, we're going to win, this is about innovation. And it has nothing to do with that. They've literally just given technocratic control over the digitization of our monetary and non-monetary assets to people like Larry Fink and to people like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. That is what's happened. And again, where are you hearing the outrage? I did an interview with the Libertarian Mises Caucus, and when they went to do research on this, they had to scroll pages to find any opposition to the Genius Act, because even people in crypto have been co-opted and are celebrating it. So this is bad. So I really do. There is a huge sense of urgency here. I mean, I haven't been sleeping much. I've been trying to put all this stuff together because if we now have an opportunity to start building these solutions, but I'm telling you, people are not getting this. Even people in crypto, even people that are supposedly libertarians who believe in individual freedom, are publicly supporting digital tyranny. And I don't know if they know it or not. So I'm going to go through some of this. I'm going to try to not make this overly technical. There are some pieces where I'm just going to try to describe at a really high level how some of it works. In fact, it's just the next slide after this one. But that's not, I'm mostly going to be focusing on applications and how you can use it. But I do want this to serve as a general overview and a place for you to get started on this. And the simplest way that I can describe it is, through privacy tokenization or confidential assets, as the Zano team calls it, you have the ability to own your own world. You have the ability to tokenize everything without permission and trade it without permission or third parties. This goes into some of the detail around what's involved. And I'm not going to dig into too much of the technical details, but if you're familiar with Monero is the largest privacy coin. And the lead developer and co-founder of the project, Andre, actually created the technology behind Monero. So he's essentially one of the biggest OGs in the privacy crypto space. So it uses the same underlying privacy model that Monero has, but with the added twist that it's not just private money. You can take those same technological attributes and apply them to tokens that represent other assets. That is the big main differentiating point there, although there are others. So all of the amounts are kept private. The assets are confidential, but the way that an asset works is the same as if I'm sending you a Zano, it works exactly the same as if I'm sending a token created using Zano. There's something called ionic swaps. I can actually, from my wallet, swap a token with you. I did this with a friend of mine. I traded a Julian Assange token, free Julian Assange token that I created for a free Ross Ulbricht token. And we did this right from the wallet and no third parties, like literally swapped right from within the wallet. That might not sound like much, but when you think about it, the ability to trade, that those tokens could have represented anything. That could have been a house, that could have been an ownership interest in a company, that could have been represented gold. And we were able to do this transaction and literally nobody knows about it. No third party was involved. And there's no blockchain to check to see what the transactions were. One of the other defining features of Zano, which has turned out to be important recently, is that it's a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake model. And to give a simple overview of that, proof of work, Bitcoin is proof of work. And the idea behind Bitcoin is you have these machines that solve complicated math problems every 10 minutes. And the machine that solves it first gets to add the next block of transactions to the blockchain. So it's a competitive system. It's a decentralized system. The problem with this is that if you get enough hash power, you can do what's called a 51% attack and essentially take over the network and wreak havoc on the network. And so it's also very energy intensive, which, by the way, is turning out to be problematic because we now have a situation where people are competing, countries are competing, the US in particular, on AI, and now electricity costs are going through the roof, which is making America not a very competitive place to mine Bitcoin. It's much cheaper in China. In fact, it's even much cheaper than that in Iran. I think it's like, I saw some chart where it's like 13% or something of the cost of mining a Bitcoin in Iran is 13% of what it is in the United States. And so there are issues with proof of work. And so by having a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake is one where based on the number of coins that you have, there's a probability of you basically simulating solving the block. And in Zano's case, there's no minimum to how many coins you need to own. There are models like Ethereum, which operate kind of like an oligarchy, where in order to be able to stake, you have to actually meet a minimum threshold and hold a certain number of coins, which basically concentrates the decision-making for the blockchain into a small group of people. Worse still, it's transparent. So you can figure out who it is that's staking and how many coins they own. So not only is Zano proof of stake, it is also private. You can't actually see who's staking the coin. So these are very important features. You also have something called escrow contracts. So the idea here is this is an ability for you to trade with someone without knowing them. It uses a mutually assured destruction model where I put a certain amount into escrow, you put a certain amount into escrow. It's enough to make sure that it's worthwhile for us to resolve the transaction. So you might send me a product, but I've put enough into escrow to equal the amount of the product plus some escrow amount. So there's a reason for me to not rip you off. It uses financial incentives. So no third party is involved. This is an important feature for being able to conduct this kind of commerce, because a lot of people are like, well, how are you going to handle disputes? Of course, as if the court system is good at handling disputes. I mean, anybody who's actually dealt with the court system knows that that's actually not a very effective way to resolve disputes. But there are some things built into the technology that don't require third parties. There's something called an alias. This is where instead of, if you've been in crypto, you'll often have an address that has a really long string of letters and numbers. And it's really convenient. I mean, you're inconvenient. You're not going to give somebody or even be able to remember what your address is. And so people are like emailing this stuff back and forth or whatever. But instead you can have an alias. My alias is @Aaron. So you can go to the Zano wallet and you can type @Aaron and my address will automatically pop up. And you can send me Zano or you can send me tokens created on Zano, and nobody can see that those transactions happen. So even though you know what my alias is, you still can't see the transactions or the transaction amounts. There's also I'm trying to view this, something called auditable wallets. And so this is a feature where you can see the total amount or the aggregate amount of assets without seeing who's doing what in terms of trading. You can validate that there are in fact that many tokens representing a particular asset. So this is an optional additional feature, but it's important. And I'll give you an example in a use case of this. There's an API that you can use to build things on Zano, and a lot of other features that are coming. And I'm not going to even be able to go through all of them today, but just understand this is a high level overview, but every week and every episode, I'm going to go into more detail and drill into one of these points so that you can get a better flavor of what's going on. One of the reasons I'm so excited about the project is the team itself. I've had an opportunity to meet the team in person on a few different occasions at conferences. And, you know, there are some people say, well, all that matters is the code, as if like there's this belief that somehow people are just auditing code for free and that white knights are making sure that code is secure and that it just magically is going to work. And that has turned out not to be the case. We've learned about that with Bitcoin. We've learned about many projects that have been hijacked. We've learned about many projects even where the developers aren't known and they're kept private. And then lo and behold, it becomes a rug pull and you find out, oh, hey, that guy screwed people over on this other project. Great thing about this project is we know who the people are behind it and they have a terrific track record. Andre he and Pavel are the two co-founders of the project, but Andre's the guy who I mentioned who literally co-created CryptoNote, which is the technology behind Monero. So he's been involved in this space for over a decade. And in fact, even Zano's officially been around since 2019, but there was actually a predecessor project before that. So Zano's actually been around for quite some time. And one thing I like to say, so Andre is very, very humble and very concerned about pursuing the truth and pursuing the best solution. So the first time that I interacted with him is at Monerotopia, and he was sitting there and he was listening to other talks by some of the Monero developers, and he was kind of taking notes and going up and asking questions and engaging with some of these key developers like, you know, Luke Parker and others in the Monero community. And he's done this. I've seen him do this on multiple occasions. He's just interested in finding the best solution. So he's not like, oh, I'm the best guy in the whole world. And, you know, whatever I say goes. He's very deliberate and very thoughtful about the way he pursues things. And it's turning out that just in the short period of time I've been involved, he's really been right. And he's really been ahead of the curve on a lot of areas. And he's very forward thinking. So it's not just about what the code is today, it's who's behind it and what are they doing with it. And Pavel is a phenomenal product developer. And in terms of not only working on projects, but also collaborating with people in the ecosystem that are looking to build things. Val is terrific. He heads up research, and I believe he came up with the confidential assets model, and he's done a lot of the hardcore research to figure out how to do some of the things that Zano is currently doing, which is very complicated. It's actually, you know, it's not as easy as you might think, or you may or may not think that it's easy to be able to do all of this, to tokenize these assets, to maintain privacy, but yet at the same time be able to do this with assets and to handle all of this stuff. It's been years and years of work and research. Quentin is in charge of marketing, and I've spent a lot of time with him. In fact, he came out with the team to PorkFest, and so this is a marketing group that is very committed to the project, and they are not about pump and dump or price at all. That's so if you see the marketing is always about functionality and use. So very approachable team that does not focus on hype, that focuses on use. And then Gonzalo, who is in charge of the community, which I actually think Zano has one of the best communities out there. I encourage you to join the Telegram group or the Discord group or the X group, because I mean, that's how I started out. I learned about this project, and then I did a deep dive and, read the white paper and downloaded a wallet and started talking to everybody. And so it's good to, kick the tires, obviously yourself, but I'm just giving you what I learned in my experience. So I want to talk about what I'm going to be talking about today is kind of the way I view this is in terms of threats and counters. So I think I mentioned this earlier on. So what are the threats from the technocrats? And then how do we counter it with Zano? And in the website that I put together, you'll see that's often how I frame a lot of this. But this gives you an understanding of how to look at the projects that already exist, as well as to maybe even start thinking about, well, where do we need counters? How are we going to solve this? We know the technocrats are going to roll this out. What's our solution to that? So I'm going to present some of these solutions in this context. And the first I'm going to start with is this area of course, my favorite area, which is CBDCs and stablecoins. And I want to start by reminding people that even before the Genius Act, these stablecoins and these stablecoin providers were collaborating with law enforcement. So your Tether, your USDC has been able to be kind of confiscated and frozen for a long time. This is something that that just came out 18 hours ago. The Justice Department has filed a civil forfeiture complaint seeking to seize $863,247 in Tether, alleging that they are proceeds from cryptocurrency related confidence scams. I mean, imagine that, the Justice Department trying to act like they have any kind of ethical standing regarding confidence scams, or, imagine the Federal Reserve trying to go after somebody for a confidence scam when it's Ponzi scheme itself. But nevertheless, they send that, as we've learned with our friends that are in prison or facing prison time, the DOJ is very arbitrary about this. And the civil asset forfeiture concept I'll get back to, but this is just one example. That's one from just 18 hours ago. But I went and looked at, well, what were some of the largest seizures of these stable coins? Well, the largest for Tether was $435 million of stable coins that were frozen across 326 wallets. And then there was $58 million seized. That's the largest to date for Circle, which runs USDC. So the point is that these stable coins always had a kill switch. Now you're going to be adding KYC, AML, and all of the financial surveillance that Congress can come up with, which I've written articles about this. I've talked about this many times. I've identified 13 different federal government programs that are used for financial surveillance. So now that's coming to stablecoins, which are backdoor CBDCs. And just one other thing about these stablecoins, you actually can't earn interest on them either. I mean, the whole thing is a remarkable scam, but again, it's complicated. It's hard to get people. I did an interview with the Daily Mail about Howard Lutnick. And I mean, it took 4 or 5 hours of back and forth to explain what I thought was a pretty basic concept. And this is part of why they're able to do what they're able to do, which is because it's complex and people don't understand it. I mentioned earlier how popular stablecoins are. So $27 trillion worth of transaction volume last year. And based on projections, we're looking at $120 trillion worth of transaction volume by 2030. How much is that? How much is 120 trillion? That's more than Visa, MasterCard, and direct deposit combined. So now the federal government, Congress, has control over that kind of trajectory and that kind of volume of financial transactions. It's very scary stuff. Also, the more I get into this, the more I realize how it's kind of like the own nothing thing. We've already given up 80, 90% of our rights. And as I really have dug into how money actually works, we really already have a CBDC anyway. I mean, our money's already programmable. Two examples of this are EBT cards or food stamps. When RFK came out and announced, hey, in states, in these states, they're no longer allowing food stamps to be used for sugary drinks. And people are like, oh, yeah, this is great. Well, what you don't realize is, what is that? That's digital programmable money. What are EBT cards? They're debit cards that are issued at the state level. And now they've added the ability to be more rigorous about, at the product category level or even the product level, what you can or cannot buy with these EBT cards. Well, you may like it now. You may think it's sensible when applied to sugary drinks. You won't like it when the next HHS secretary doesn't believe in red meat and is trying to mandate insect protein. And by the way, related to this, there are no examples of financial surveillance being added by Congress and then it being taken away. It is a one shot towards more surveillance ever since 1970 with the passage of the Bank Secrecy Act, which is what kickstarted this whole KYC anti-money laundering thing. We then have HSAs, which are also digital programmable money. It's something where, and I would argue partially a social credit score as well. What is it? Well, based on IRS tax code, you can allocate a certain percentage of your money to go into a bank account that can only be used to buy certain predefined healthcare expenses and products that are as determined by a combination of government and people in the industry. People actually believe this is a free market solution. I've talked to people like, oh, I have true free market choice. I have HSAs. It's not going to be hard to sell you on a social credit system or CBDCs. You're already using one and you believe that it's freedom. So that's how that already works. So we have this. The solution to this is something called Freedom Dollar, which is one of I think the most fantastic applications of Zano, which is Freedom Dollar is a privacy stablecoin. It's pegged to the dollar. So one Freedom Dollar, their ticker symbol is FUSD. One FUSD equals $1 US, but it's not backed by US treasuries. It's what's called an algorithmic stablecoin. It's backed by Zano. It's backed by over-collateralized Zano. So what you get are the benefits of having something priced in dollars without funding government tyranny, without the tracking, without the censorship. So this is a phenomenal application and a great idea and example of something that can be tokenized. I'm going to play a short video that shows you how you can swap for Freedom Dollar. Let me see if I can pop this up here. Well, I thought I had it up here. A lot of layer. Well, I might not have uploaded this. Keep in mind, I'm going to show you a website that has links to all of this, and it's going to eventually have how-to guides as well as videos for all of this. And so I don't seem to have uploaded this video, but it shows it's very easy. You can actually swap Zano for Freedom Dollar right within the mobile wallet. There's no third party necessary. It actually uses a P2P exchange, and you can do it right there yourself in the wallet. There are also many other ways that you can buy FUSD, swap for FUSD. It's now listed on many different exchanges. And so I will do a dedicated episode just on FUSD. But again, this is my kind of opening introduction to this. So then people will say to me, well, it's an algorithmic stablecoin. That means it's dependent upon the value of Zano. Aren't you worried about this? People will talk about, there have been other stablecoins that didn't do well, like Terra Luna. And this isn't structured like that in any way, shape, or form. This isn't an interest-bearing stablecoin. And in fact, it's over-collateralized. There's actually more Zano backing it than there's more than $1 worth of Zano backing $1 worth of FUSD. And there are mechanisms in place to make sure that that peg is maintained. This is the only time I'm going to talk about price, because I don't usually talk about price with Zano, because I actually don't want this to be a number go up thing. In fact, it's better if, just having speculators come in and out. This project is largely people that are dedicated to privacy and freedom, but I want to explain an aspect of Zano that's really important. So there's no fixed supply of Zano. There's one new Zano minted every minute. So the block time for Zano is 1 minute. So there are new transactions added every 1 minute. Bitcoin is every 10 minutes. But the fees are burnt. So the fees actually come out of the supply. So every time a transaction is done, you spend 0.01 Zano. And so there's one created every minute. When you do the math, basically what this means is once Zano gets to 144,000 transactions per day, it becomes deflationary, meaning you're burning more supply than you're actually creating with the minting of one per minute. So what this means is, when you want to think about this from a pricing perspective, the more people are using Zano, the more people are using FUSD and all of the other applications, using Zano itself, using all of the other things tokenized on Zano. At some point, the supply starts to go down as the demand is going up. So there's a built-in economic argument here that says, hey, this actually makes sense. If people are actually using this and are actually engaging in these privacy tokenization solutions, then the price is going to go up just based on use, independent of whatever's going on from a speculative perspective. When I got involved, the price was $2. And as of today, let me look it up. It's near its all-time high. And you can check this out there's a site called coinmarketcap.com. If you're new to crypto, you can see all so the price now is $17.17. So it's up, over 800% since I got involved in it. And yet the market cap is still under $250 million. So, what I like to say to people is that, if there's a lot more room for growth. I mean, if this truly is one of the main solutions in fighting technocracy, then, I think the market cap, it's barely in the top 300 of coins. So there's a lot of room. So I'm not going to give you any investment advice, but what I have learned with stuff like this is, if I don't say it, I encourage you to research this, and I encourage you to research it soon, because I don't like it when people are like, well, why didn't you tell me? Or you could have told me. I'm telling you now to look into it. I'm telling you now to download a wallet and to start using it and to learn how it works. But, but understand that once I show you all these applications that weren't there a year ago, there's nothing but momentum, massive momentum behind the project and the entire ecosystem. So anyway, that's the quick overview on that. There may be some slides here that are a bit out of sequence, but this is the best privacy alternative to stablecoins. It's the best of all worlds. You get to price things in dollars. You don't have to deal with third parties, and you don't have to fund and U.S. treasuries and war and tyranny around the world. The next area that I'm going to go into, the next kind of threat counter, relates to an issue with these public blockchains. The most popular blockchains and the most popular cryptos are Bitcoin and Ethereum. And there are real problems with this that people are not paying attention to. These are open public ledgers. People can see all of your transactions. There are organizations dedicated to finding people's transaction information and collecting it, collating it, making it available for others, for law enforcement and others. So there's a Zano solution to this called Confidential Layer. And before, I'm going to show you a couple of short videos about Confidential Layer, but I want to further drive home why it's important. So let's take Bitcoin as an example. And I have this conversation with people all the time. Well, they can't stop Bitcoin. They can't censor Bitcoin. Okay. but they can track all of your transactions. And then they can come to you with guns and they can say, unless you turn over your private keys, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. And it turns out most people don't take the moral high ground of, oh, okay, well, I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, but you're not going to get my private keys. So if you look at the list of governments that have Bitcoin, the US has almost 200,000 Bitcoin. China has almost 200,000 Bitcoin. Well, how did they get it? Did they buy it on the open market? Did they mine it? No, they did not. They stole it using civil asset forfeiture. Some of our friends make up a big chunk of this US civil reserve, or however you want to call it. Ross Ulbricht being one of the largest suppliers of this. But I mean, Ian has, it was like $5 million worth of Bitcoin, but it was a couple of years ago. So I don't know what that is now, 10, $15 million worth of Bitcoin as part of the US, quote, reserves. And the government came back and said, well, we're not going to buy more Bitcoin, but they're going to continue using civil asset forfeiture. So understand what this means. I'm not going to go through the long discourse about hijacking Bitcoin. I highly encourage everyone to read Hijacking Bitcoin by Roger Ver and Steve Patterson. It's a great book. And there's more, and I've augmented some of this. The hijacking of Bitcoin it's a ongoing process with multiple parties getting in there and getting their cut. Bitcoin was supposed to be peer-to-peer digital cash that people use outside of central authorities, outside of central banks. And then it was hijacked, and now the narrative is it's digital gold. You're never supposed to spend it. You're not even supposed to have it in your own custody. You're supposed to use BlackRock and ETFs and everything else. It's a complete hijacking. And in many ways, I actually call it hijacked, non-fungible digital surveillance gold. I mean, the reason that I say that is because, one, it is trackable. And because it's trackable, the government can flag that these Bitcoin are in a bad category, these are in a good category. In fact, they've done this where they've said, well, your Bitcoin were mixed in with these other Bitcoin that were involved in illicit activities. And so now we're going to flag those. You can't spend those. Well, that means it's not fungible. One Bitcoin is not the same as another Bitcoin. And as you dig more into how much they're tracking this, I mean, this is important. I don't even understand the position of people right now. They're like, oh yeah, this is freedom money. Who are you going to trade with when your stuff is flagged? And when they come to you, what are you going to do? You're going to, fall on the sword because you still have your private keys? It's absurd. Also, I do want to say the 21 million supply cap is what's used for why it's this great store of value. They have destroyed the economic incentive system of Bitcoin. Remember, it was something that was supposed to be used for day-to-day transactions at high volume. When you read the discussion board, Satoshi Nakamoto, the anonymous creator, talked about how, like, right away, it's something that should be competing with Visa and MasterCard, doing like 25,000 transactions. It's like real transaction volume. So the way this works is miners that are doing this proof of work, they get rewards every 10 minutes. And those rewards get smaller over time. I think they started out at 50 Bitcoin per 10 minutes, and then they have every 4 years. And then, there's a maximum cap. But the whole purpose of the rewards was to provide an incentive for miners while it's getting ramped up and before there's transaction volume. But the real economic model for miners was supposed to be transaction fees, not block rewards. Well, what happened was essentially the people that hijacked Bitcoin artificially capped it. So Bitcoin can't really do more than 7 transactions per second. So it has high fees and it's slow. Well, what this means is miners can't really make that much money on transaction fees, and they're not making much money on transaction fees. People aren't really using Bitcoin. These blocks aren't even full, even at this small level. So at some point, you have companies that are investing hundreds of millions of dollars in mining operations and now having to deal with all of the increased energy costs due to AI and so on and so forth. And they're basically just buying lottery tickets with the hope and expectation that they're going to be able to solve the math problems and get part of these rewards. They're not even doing it for transaction fees. So unless the Ponzi keeps going, unless people keep speculating, you're going to find miners are going out of business. And then all of a sudden it becomes less secure. And then the probability of there being what's called a 51% attack increases. So what they're going to have to do, it's already been talked about by Peter Todd, one of the early developers, is increase the supply from 21 million. So people have bought this psyop that something that was supposed to be digital cash was digital gold, and that there will only be 21 million of it. And it's not true. So further to this point, you actually have something called Chainalysis. And I've spoken about this before. This is an organization that was founded in 2014 that actually works directly with law enforcement agencies around the world. They work with exchanges, and they basically compile people's transactions. And I've encountered this personally a couple of times this year where people were in either a dispute with a business partner or were going through a divorce. And it turns out private investigators now get certification in Chainalysis. They get trained on this. They get access to the database tools. So in some cases now, you can get more of someone's transaction history through Bitcoin than you can a bank, because usually a bank only retains 7 years worth of records. You get the entire transaction history on Bitcoin. So this is a real serious problem, and people are not paying attention to it. So in addition to that, in addition to the government snooping, and there are other people, Nick Fuentes had a large amount of Bitcoin confiscated. He kept it on an exchange. But over and over again, this is turning out to be a real problem. And because of how much time and attention is spent mapping out these transactions, some people will say, well, I've never used an exchange, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, but if you engaged in a transaction with somebody and that person was rated by the government, there's a pretty good chance that they were asked to turn over who their counterparties are. When they turned over who the counterparties are, that information goes into the database. And all it takes is one transaction, and you can figure out somebody's transaction history. And so while there are things you can do to mitigate against this, it's not practical by and large for most people, and most people are not able to kind of escape out of this. In addition to this financial risk, there are increasingly kidnappings and murders related to Bitcoin holdings, because people can find out, oh, this person has this many Bitcoin. They're literally going and going into their house and kidnapping them at gunpoint or knife point. Multiple examples of murders that have happened. There was a case in the Ukraine where there was a 29-year-old guy who was forced to transfer. This was in July of 2024, forced to transfer $170,000 worth of Bitcoin. Then he was murdered. You then have an example in, I believe this is the Philippines, where a CEO was kidnapped and he paid the ransom and they murdered him anyway. So this is increasingly happening, right? And so, I mean, think about all of the people that have access to these tools now. I mean, you think maybe there are some private investigators that lack scruples, people that have access to some of this information from Chainalysis. So what I'm trying to say is Bitcoin is not what you think it is. It's not safe. Oh, my wife is telling me that the volume is reduced. I don't know if anyway, hopefully that's better. I turned it up a little bit. So it's not safe. It's not safe from third parties. It's not safe from competitors. It's not safe physically. So the solution for this is confidential layer. I'm going to play a short video that describes how it works. I don't want to go into too many of the technical details because, again, it's pretty hardcore technology, but here's a quick overview.
With the confidential layer bridge, powered by the bridgeless blockchain, you can move crypto assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum onto Zano's blockchain, upgrading them with Zano's strong privacy features. So how does it work? In this example, we'll use Ethereum. First, the user locks their Ether on the Ethereum blockchain using a smart contract. Validators then monitor the source chain and detect the deposit. A cryptographic witness of the deposit is created and posted to the bridgeless blockchain. This witness commits to the deposit while revealing as little information as possible. Later, it's used to authorize the withdrawal on the target chain, Zano in our example. The bridge uses a threshold signature scheme, or TSS. A key is generated in a distributed way, with each signer holding only a share. When a withdrawal is requested, a minimum number of signers collaborate to create a single standard elliptic curve signature without ever exposing their private key shares to each other, so that no central authority ever has access to the locked funds. After the witness is verified, the system mints a wrapped version of the asset on the Zano blockchain, backed one-to-one by the original asset locked on its native chain. This private version of Ether is then sent to the user's Zano address. Congratulations! Now you have a private version of your Ether on Zano. You can use it there quietly and securely, and if you want, move it back to the Ethereum blockchain anytime. It's like having the best of both worlds, privacy and flexibility.
So this is a big solution. I mean, this actually unlocks $2.7 trillion worth of value. At least last time I checked, that was the combined market cap of Bitcoin and Ethereum. And it's actually not just Bitcoin, Ethereum. It's also BNB and DAI and Tether, and there are other blockchains being added. I don't know if it's Solana or whatever, but the point is that this allows you to take your completely transparent, unsafe blockchains and bridge them into Zano, and then have all of the privacy of Zano and the ability to then spend them in a way that's also low fees, because Zano actually has a lower fee structure than Ethereum and Bitcoin as well. So this has been one of the other problems with Bitcoin, is that one of the reasons the whole thing fell apart, the block size wars and everything else, is that they didn't scale it the way they were supposed to. And so the transaction fees were $30, $40, $50. And then people couldn't afford to use it to buy a cup of coffee or engage in day-to-day transactions, which is really important when you know that 70% of the world makes less than $10 a day. Now you're going to be able to take that value, that stored value, and you're going to be able to make it private and spendable in an economic way. So again, these are two huge examples. Freedom Dollar, which goes straight after this whole stablecoin CBDC thing, so that it counters that threat. And now Confidential Layer, which targets and counters the threat of transparent, surveillable digital assets. So I'm going to move into the next counter and threat, which is related to just simple commerce itself. There are many examples. I actually had a hard time getting ChatGPT to even generate this image, but of where people have been deplatformed from retail sites. This has happened often with Amazon, where people have been banned, eBay, where people have been kicked off that platform, and Shopify. I mean, you can think of the My Pillow guy. There are examples of, people that are in different categories like guns, so on and so forth. I mean, there's actual heavy censorship that goes on for commerce itself, where you may be a small business and you may be doing something that's even completely legal, but you end up getting censored by large corporations. So there are a couple of counters to that. I'm going to share out my browser. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through each of these sites and walking through all of it. Like I said, I will end up doing walkthroughs and guides on each of these offerings. But for right now, I'm going to show you, there's this. Let me see if, hopefully this pops up. There's a little bit of lag. Let me see here. Okay, this is, you can see this. Okay, this is Zanazon. So kind of a play off of Amazon, but this is an online retailer where you can purchase products directly using Zano. So this is a fairly new offering, but I think an exciting one. And you can go and take a look yourself, Zanazon.com, and take a look at the different products that are available. And again, I'm just saying this is new as of like a month ago. So everything that I'm showing you, Freedom Dollar, Confidential Layer, all of this stuff is like the last 90 days. This is partially why I'm so excited and wanted to make sure to have this episode, which is to really showcase that, hey, we have real stuff here. This is actually happening, and we're ready for prime time. The next thing I'm going to show you is Zano Bay. And Zano Bay, as you can imagine, is like a version of eBay, except built on Zano. So this allows you to buy and sell products. So you can actually log in, create your own account. A lot of people say to me, well, how do I earn Zano? And one thing you can do is you can go onto Zano Bay and you can post products or services that you want to sell through this environment. And I will say that Zano Bay accepts both Zano and Freedom Dollar. And I haven't checked on this lately, but again, moving forward, you're going to be able to spend your private tokenized versions of Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. So this is going to open up. So in other words, if you're thinking, well, hey, I have a store, why would I want to take Zano? Well, you take Zano and the tokens created on Zano. So now this gives you access to private, Bitcoin, private Ethereum, FUSD, the whole 9 yards. And so this is a fairly new offering as well. And you can see, somebody's selling an ultra luxury 7-bedroom villa. Somebody's selling a yacht. Somebody's, sunglasses. People are selling services. One other interesting thing about Zano Bay is that it has PGP encryption. So you can actually sign up and communicate. The buyers and sellers can communicate in a way that is completely encrypted. So this is another exciting tool. We then have, so I want to talk a bit about NFTs. So when most people in crypto think about NFTs, they think about pictures of apes or whatever, digital art collections. Or maybe they think about meme coins, although arguably meme coins maybe aren't non-fungible. But non-fungible just means that they're unique. They're unique tokens. For instance, you have in the traditional world things like Ticketmaster, where you're buying a specific ticket, row A, seat 7, right? They're non-fungible. Not all tickets are the same. They're unique. Well, everything that is non-fungible, and this could apply to, you can see a list here, everything from land deeds to event access to membership tokens, concert tickets, even certification for things like education. Did you pass this class or not? They can be used for gated access to events. There are a lot of applications for NFTs, for non-fungible tokens, that are tied to real world assets. So you can move outside of this, just thinking about this as, pictures of apes. In fact, I'm looking to integrate Zano. I may include this as kind of a reward system for some of the sites that I'm working on. If you complete this course, you get this NFT, and then that NFT gives you access to other courses. It may give you access to discounts for events, a lot of things that you can do with NFTs. And so there are problems with NFTs. Even the apes model, the digital art collection, there have been issues where most of those are minted on Ethereum, and it's public and it's trackable, and people have been hijacked and threatened with violence for their NFTs. Because if this ape NFT is worth $7 million and everybody knows about it, now you're a target. So Obscura Art is a Zano project that allows you to mint NFTs. But I want you to not think about it as just, I'm going to create this, JPEG of things. These NFTs could be used to represent $20 million pieces of art, certificates of authenticity, land. I am going to put together, I'll probably do sooner rather than later, a whole overview of the different kinds of non-fungible tokens use cases that you can create. So I'm encouraging you to get out of just the digital art aspect of this and think about it from the perspective of the technocrats are tokenizing everything. They're tokenizing things that are fungible, like stock certificates and money, but they will also be tokenizing things that are non-fungible. So we need a counter to that, and Obscura Art is one solution to that. And it's pretty easy to use. You go to the site, you actually can log in with your wallet, and that's how you connect in, and then you can actually create and mint the NFT through your wallet, and then it shows up in your wallet. So it's a pretty clever project, and I will be talking more about that in the weeks and months ahead. So there's that. Then we have the next threat is, the threat of centralized exchanges. And if you're new to crypto, one piece of advice that I will give you is never leave any crypto on an exchange. And if you can avoid it, never deal with an exchange at all. Why? Well, there are a variety of reasons. One, now they're increasingly heavily regulated. A lot of these exchanges, particularly in the United States, they're giving up data to the IRS. They're giving up data to federal government agencies. You have to go through intense know your customer biometric screening. There can be delays. The customer service is awful. But on top of that, there's no, I'm pretty sure most of these exchanges are fractional reserve. In other words, if everybody went to take their coins off of the exchange, you'd find out they're not all there. There is no requirement, and not that I would advocate for regulation, but the ability of these exchanges to provide audited proof of reserves has been, we'll just say, lacking. On top of that, most of the big crypto exchanges over time have failed for a variety of reasons. One being they've been hacked or there have been rug pulls. You go back to the very first, Mt. Gox was really the most popular exchange way back in the day. And they had a hacking situation where people were just getting paid out last year. I mean, this was something that took 10 years to figure out. Now, by the way, on that, it kind of is an interesting story. The Chainalysis guy started, actually, I believe he was a co-founder of Kraken, which is another exchange. And he went off and started Chainalysis to try to track down and figure out what happened with the Mt. Gox hack. And then that became this entire business. So it's now been around for like 11 years. And now they're documenting all of this stuff. So that's just a little bit of history. Of course, we have FTX and the scam of FTX. You have Quadriga, which was an exchange in Canada where the founder mysteriously died, allegedly, of like Crohn's disease in India, and somehow managed to be the only guy with access to the keys for the entire exchange. It goes on and on and on. So centralized exchanges are problematic. Plus, there's the transparency issue as well. So there's a Zano P2P exchange, which I will just show you a screenshot of. But you can go and take a look at it yourself. You can go to trade.zano.org, and this is where you can take your tokens and put them up for sale and price them and have people bid. But there's no third party. So you go on there, and at one point, I think I tokenized a gold back and went on there, and somebody bought the gold back through a completely decentralized exchange, no third parties. And my understanding is that I think they're doing a refresh on this, but it's, again, the one thing that you're going to find with these Zano projects is that they're private and that there are solutions that facilitate commerce that don't involve third parties and that add, in some cases, like in the case of Zano Bay, PGP encryption for communication, a lot of other exciting things. Somebody said, can audio be minted an NFT on Zano? So the way that I saw it, uses something called IPFS. What I saw had a limit of 25 megabytes, which it doesn't have to be limited to 25 megabytes because you're not actually putting the audio or the JPEG or whatever the thing is. If it's a legal document, for instance, you're not actually putting it on the blockchain itself and slowing down the network. It's using this interplanetary file system, which is a decentralized way of storing information that can also be encrypted. So if it's under 25 megabytes, you may be able to do it right now. And I suspect if there was a big use case for it, that 25 megabyte threshold could be increased. I mean, my kids actually, I used to spend a lot of time on the Ravencoin blockchain, which I still like. It's just that it's not private. And, my kids were minting their own NFTs when they were 10. I know my daughter, I think, sold the first ever NFT on that blockchain, and my son created these like 3D NFTs that were pretty cool. So, but again, those aren't those aren't the best use cases of NFTs, but you can do those things. You can do those right now. You can go to obscura.art and you can start minting NFTs up to 25 megabytes today. So the next part of this actually speaks to communication. So what is the threat? Well, the threat is everything that we've seen with the censorship industrial complex, everything that we learned post-COVID. I mean, we probably already suspected it about how the big tech platforms have been infiltrated. But I would argue now we actually don't have free speech now either. It's just that the algorithms are more subtle. So we actually have the illusion of free speech. And of course, people can still get kicked off of and do get kicked off of these big networks, or their reach is hobbled, or they're shadow banned in a way that they don't even know that they're shadow banned. That still happens. By the way, just, try going viral on any kind of post about the central bank or with Federal Reserve in the title. I guarantee, I've talked to some other people like Chris Martenson and others, that it's very clear there are still very much terms that are shadow banned, and I wouldn't be surprised, knowing how Elon likes to be selective, that, and knowing that he's pro technocracy, that he's going to, if he's not already, suppressing any content related to that. But I mean, we learned, I actually did a series of videos when COVID first started, I think in March of 2020. I did this whole series. I was doing a daily podcast for a while where I was trying to tell people, hey, start moving into these decentralized tools, get out of big tech. They're not going to let us talk during COVID. And of course, the irony is, about 1 week in, I had like 5,000 followers here. I had 150,000 followers through the various channels, and my reach was capped at 50 by like day 4. Right. So I stopped doing the podcast because literally I couldn't reach anybody. But how ironic, because I was trying to get people to use Odyssey. I was trying to get people to use Signal. I was trying to get people to use crypto and a whole variety of things. So Zano has a solution for that as well. And that is something that I'm not going to walk through. I don't even have a specific thing for it, but is you can actually use your wallet to log into Matrix. And Matrix is a decentralized communication platform. So you can remain anonymous using your Zano wallet as a login for that. And I don't know if I actually, did I get the slide in here? No. I actually had a slide on this comparing it. It's even better than Nostr, because Nostr may be censorship resistant, but it's not private. You can take a bunch of steps to make it private, but frankly, the idea that you're attaching your name to your communications and a permanent record seems to me to be a little bit counterintuitive. So the combination of Zano and Matrix gives you a communications tool that you can use to remain anonymous. So I think that's probably, unfortunately, going to become more and more important as time moves on. Oh, that was loud. So I'm going to show you this website that I've created in a couple of different ways here. Let me see if I can pop this back up. Okay. So the website that I've created, this is still alpha. It's called freedomforge.io. And the reason that I created this site is twofold. One, it's to create a place that people can go to view how-to guides and to learn about how to use Zano. Now, it's rough. Some of the content is actually not even accurate content, so I warn you on that. It is an alpha version. But I want to give you an example of what you can do with this. This is, hold on, let me get the right thing. So you're going to be able to, and this is where I said I'm going to add eventually maybe even NFTs into here, but you can log in. You do need to log in. See if the login even works. Shoot. Of course, I have this on another browser. All right, let me, you know what? I'm going to come back to this because this might take me doing a little bit of shuffling. That's going to take some time. Anyway, the high level overview here is that you're going to be able to, for instance, go through and pick a wallet, and you'll be able to see where you can buy Zano. So for instance, now there are a number of major wallets that offer Zano. A year ago, or when I started this, literally the only wallets that existed were the desktop wallet that you download on your computer and the mobile wallet created by the Zano team. Since then, it's been added by Cake Wallet, which is a phenomenal wallet that really started out as privacy focused, really with Monero. Bitcoin.com wallet, which is one of the most downloaded wallets there is. I think there've been over 50 million downloads of the Bitcoin.com wallet. And then Edge Wallet, which is another very user-friendly wallet that has a lot of features that are definitely great for onboarding new people to Zano. So there are millions and millions of people now that already have a multi-asset wallet and can now use not only Zano, but also tokens created on Zano. So you can use these wallets with Freedom Dollar. You can use these wallets with private Bitcoin, private Ethereum. So this is a pretty huge thing. And so what the website goes through, and again, I'll tweak it rather than go through and debug the site live. You can pick a wallet, and then it shows you the different places that you can go to buy Zano. There are a number of different ways you can get Zano. You can buy it using a credit card or a debit card. There are a couple of options for that. One is called Gardarian, where it is KYC. You still have to go through the KYC process, but you can buy Zano directly. And the other is DFX, which was just launched recently, where again, you can purchase it, I believe, even using Apple Pay or Google Pay. And in fact, through that relationship, you can now, in Switzerland and in Europe, you can actually buy groceries at a grocery store directly using Zano. So it walks through that, walks through how you can buy it directly. One of the other ways that you can get Zano is by swapping for Zano. And I recommend using a non-KYC service. And so all of this is going to be in these guides that you're going to have access to through freedomforge.io. So it'll explain, here's how to buy it, here's how to swap for it. And then, and then we've already talked about ways you can earn Zano by selling products and services to these various things. And then I would say the least preferred option, at least if you're in the United States, is to use an exchange. But if you are going to use an exchange, I would recommend buying a stable coin and then using a non-KYC service to swap for Zano. So the site will have guides for that. In addition to that, there's an area, a guide for how to become onboarded as a merchant. So if you want to accept Zano, there are a few options for that as well. There's something called Zano.cash, which is a really easy to use point of sale system. There's something I created that's a plugin for WooCommerce. So if you have, if you're using WordPress and you're using WooCommerce, you can now, through this plugin, also accept Zano. And I'm working on, at some point in the priority here, also adding Freedom Dollar and private Bitcoin and Ethereum. And so there are going to be guides for everything. And eventually I'm going to have guides for, here's a guide for confidential layer. Here's a guide specific for Freedom Dollar. So that's one part of what I'm doing with the Freedom Forge site. I'm going to get to another application for it in a second, but I want to finish up with what already exists in the Zano ecosystem before I talk about what doesn't exist, but we can build, and what some of the economic opportunities are. This is a really cool development that just happened a week or so ago. And if you don't know, I've actually been living on crypto, gold and silver, since 2019. So I stopped using a personal bank account. And so the way that I go about doing that is, obviously there aren't that many merchants that take crypto directly. So sometimes you have to either buy gift cards or you have to use a crypto debit card, as the fallback option. But until recently, I would have to swap Zano for another cryptocurrency that could be loaded onto a debit card. Now, with this relationship with Zebic, I can actually load Zano or Freedom Dollar directly to a MasterCard that is in either my Google Pay wallet or my Apple Pay wallet. And then I can use that touch to pay. It's very light. There's no full KYC process. I mean, I think presumably you should give your correct address, but it's not a full KYC process. There's a limit of $1,000 at a time that you can load. I think that's just in one shot. I think you may be able to do multiple loads. But the thing that's great about it is it's more or less infinite. There was somebody point out here, according to Alchemy Pay also supports Zano. Yeah, I mean, again, the funny thing is, a year ago, I had nothing to talk about in terms of the ecosystem, and now I couldn't even possibly go through everything. So I'm just going to give a sampling, but eventually I'll go through every single one of these, including Alchemy Pay. But now I can just top up my my MasterCard and use it instantly without having to swap. And it's really a game changer. It's kind of, so now I'm almost 100% Zano and Freedom Dollar. I mean, I'm not even having to swap for other coins. So this is, and a lot of people are going to say, well, yeah, but that's not, you're still dealing with third parties. And that's true. And I didn't have the slide in here this time, but I'm upgrading the slide. The way that I present this is there are kind of two things. There's a freedom index and there's a tyranny index. So to understand, and you can think about this in terms of like a DEFCON system. So the technocrats their end goal is there's a single global digital currency based on energy credits, and it's tied into this whole AI surveillance social credit system. But they're not getting there in one step. They're doing it piece by piece. So they started by adding know your customer laws. They started by heavily regulating the existing dollar, which by the way is largely digital. Then they did the backdoor CBDC with stablecoins. And so they're marching towards their whole state. Our end state is, sure, we would like people to be just using wallets and engaging in peer-to-peer trade without debit cards or gift cards, but we're not going to get there all at once either. So it's actually helpful just because it now gets people downloading Zano wallets, holding Zano, becoming comfortable with using Zano in a variety of different ways. And then eventually it's kind of like me. I'm not 100%, peer-to-peer. I use these debit cards, but I'm increasingly shifting more of my transactions. I will favor a business that will take Zano directly over one that will not. And so my percentage that's going, complete peer-to-peer is increasing over time. So tools like this are incredibly helpful. I'm going to play a short video from Bree Teresi where she shows her experience using her.
Hey guys, I'm at a coffee shop and I want to show you how easy it is to use Zano or Freedom Dollar wherever you go, simply through Apple Pay. So I have my MasterCard right here. This is loaded up with Freedom Dollar and I'm literally just going to tap and pay and this transaction will be totally private.
Muy bien.
Awesome, thank you.
Perfecto.
Totally private. It tastes so much better when it's private.
So there you go. So that is really helpful for adoption. I mean, I think it's going to make it really easy for people to begin the transition out of fiat or transparent blockchains more into this. And as I mentioned, there was this relationship announced with DFX where you'll now be able to buy Zano with a credit card, Apple Pay, or bank transfer, and you can actually sell it back to fiat seamlessly. And then you can actually spend Zano and I believe Freedom Dollar as well at 100+ SPAR supermarkets. And these are mostly in Switzerland. I think maybe all in Switzerland or some outside of Switzerland. So these last two things that I've talked about, these announcements are within the last 2 weeks to give you a sense of how much acceleration there is for adoption broadly. So I want to recap this by saying, So where are we today? So the reason I think it's really important that we're talking about this right now is none of this is coming soon. We can do all of these things right now. You can use a private stablecoin. You can make your Bitcoin and Ethereum private and spendable through confidential layer, which opens up $2.5 trillion worth of spending. You can off-ramp directly to a MasterCard debit card without huge KYC requirements. You can buy and sell anything in a marketplace in Zano Bay. You can trade privacy tokens that are created on Zano using a P2P exchange with no third parties. You can do atomic swaps. Actually, Zano calls them ionic swaps, where you can actually swap tokens wallet to wallet with no third party. You can buy gift cards anonymously. You can communicate anonymously through the integration of Zano, the Zano wallet with Matrix. You can create private NFTs with Obscura. You can play a decentralized lottery, and you can send encrypted messages with your payments through Zano Bay. And you can also, buy through Xanazon. So this is a pretty big subset of things that you can already do today. Again, I just from when I first started, you couldn't do any of these things. The only thing you could do is you could kind of create a token in a wallet, and there were really only 2 wallets. And so now we are ready for mass adoption. And I would argue we need mass adoption. So I'm not saying all of this from the standpoint of go out and buy a bunch of it. I'm saying what I'm frustrated with is that I don't sense a sense of urgency anywhere, even within the crypto space. So when you measure out how fast technocracy is accelerating, we need to be going about 100 times faster than we're going right now. So this is one of those, if you're looking at this like, well, yeah, I'll think about it, and then you just put it aside, I would encourage you to just download a wallet. Take a step now. Go to the freedomforge.io site and start doing something. So now I'm going to pivot a little bit from what you can do today to what we need to be able to do to counter more of these threats. And the way that I look at the technocracy movement is you can imagine a energy credit global digital currency, and then you can take these 17 sustainable development goals of the UN and look at those as elements of a social credit system. And when you dig into these things, they really want to regulate every asset on Earth. They want to regulate the land, the air, the sea. And when you dig under the hood of what all of these things mean, and this is part of what's actually going in the book, is I've actually kind of reverse engineered. I've looked at these 17 sustainable development goals and I've said, well, what does this look like? What would you be penalizing and rewarding in a social credit system that's tied to energy credit? And so I view this is what we are really up against. So what do we need to counter that? And this is where, hopefully this part of the website does work. On freedomforge.io, I've put together this threat counter library, which other people can contribute to. And so the point of this is I want to start describing what the threat is and then what it is that can be built on Zano. So this is going to record things that are already live, like Freedom Dollar as a counter to CBDCs and regulated stablecoins, but as well a running library, and others can contribute to this library. You can submit threats, you can submit counters. And the whole point on this is to stimulate activity and to ultimately, hopefully, connect people to build these projects. As I said, I'm willing to incubate some of these projects if no one else does, or advise projects, or not be involved at all, but just educate people on what needs to be built, because this stuff has to be built. For instance, when you think about the way technocracy marches forward, it moves forward one emergency at a time. And no matter what the emergency is, whether it's 9/11 or COVID, we get more financial surveillance. We get more overall surveillance, and that surveillance never goes away. And so the next time there's an emergency, it's even easier for them to add something because they've got more tracking and they've been kind of backing us into a corner. And so in my opinion, and I'll just say as an example, I think we have clearly public health tyranny. And again, I'm not going to go into why I don't think we're going to fix it politically, just based on the whole nature of public health itself. But one thing that we can do to counter public health tyranny is to build a global peer-to-peer healthcare marketplace, to build a global marketplace for medical tourism. If you actually research how much it costs to get various procedures done around the world, you'll find that if you shop around, you can get a discount of like 90 to 95%. And I'm not talking about simply cosmetic procedures. I'm talking about heart transplants. I'm talking about hip replacements. The example that I gave is that there was a woman in California who found that it was cheaper to go to Thailand for a week and get a root canal than pay her copay in California for her dentist. The healthcare system is actually that bad. It truly is that ridiculous. And it's only getting worse. But people's eyes aren't open to, or they're not even thinking that anything is possible outside of the existing system. So you could create a marketplace where people are buying and selling healthcare related services, and you could have a reputation management system based on the alias structure. So you now have an ability to create a completely alternative healthcare system separate from government, separate from insurance, that's global in nature, that has a reputation management system. You could also build and use NFTs or a whole variety of different ways to come up with ways to pool resources to help, fund medical expenses. So again, what I like to do is look at, when you actually consider how healthcare works in this country, if you started from scratch, it would be impossible to come up with something as corrupt and expensive and damaging to health as what we have in the United States. You literally couldn't come up with it. I can't even imagine unless your set of principles were, I want to build a death cult, you could not engineer what we have today. So there's an opportunity to build this medical tourism thing. And this is one where, unless somebody else comes in and builds it, I'll actually create a prototype. Like, I'll create a website that works and everything else. Not that I have time to run. I don't have time to run a whole bunch of this stuff, but I want to make this tangible for people, because so many people say to me, oh, you live on crypto. Well, how am I going to be able to live outside of the current system? And what I'm saying to you is, everything that exists in the centralized world and everything that the technocrats are planning can be recreated. So the amount of economic opportunity and the amount of things that you can build privately through Zano is literally infinite. You could build a public health marketplace. You could build it. Well, there's already a private stablecoin. You could build a global peer-to-peer food marketplace. You want to be able to buy raw milk? You can do this. You could do this using Zano. Again, you can have a reputation management system. You can use escrow agreements. So this is where I'm going to buy some raw milk. All right. We put $50 into an escrow agreement. We wait until the transaction's complete. Then there's a reputation management system built on top of that. You pick the industry, you pick the category, and you can build something like that on Zano. So I've just put a couple of these up here, and I'm encouraging people to sign up and to submit your own threats. And again, my focus is, you can build things that are not just focused on counters to technocratic threats. You can build whatever you want. We've got a lottery. You could build a prediction market. You're not limited by just my lens of counters to technocratic threats. But I do think that unless we solve healthcare and food, these are the traps that in an emergency, when they get to that final point where it's like, okay, we're moving completely to this digital prison system, people are going to be like, well, how am I going to be able to get healthcare? That's the thing people say. How am I going to get healthcare? How am I going to get food? Well, the thing is, we can create those systems. We can solve all of those problems, but we have to do it now. We really don't have time. And I hope, if anybody disagrees with my assessment with how fast technocracy is going, I'd love to hear it, and I'd love to discuss it, because we don't have a lot of time. So we need early adopters to start building these things, and we need to refine them, right? There's so much work that gets involved. If you're going to do a medical marketplace, you have to have somebody that has contacts, that's willing to reach out to these people, to sign these people up, and to start, facilitating these transactions to get it going, so that by the time that emergency happens, where people were like, well, yeah, I'm going to get the vaccine because I'm going to lose my job if I don't. If you actually give them something where they can see, oh, hey, there is a valid alternative. I actually don't have to take this dystopian thing. Here's this other thing. Millions of people are already using it. It's cheaper. I can preserve my free will. I can preserve my freedom. But we need a lot of people building. And so part of the Freedom Forge thing is to build, again, a library of different things and to help facilitate and connect people to these different projects and maybe to fund some of these projects. I can't fund that many projects, but I can, if you're interested in also co-investing along these things, then there's, a form there as well. But what I'm saying is we need to rapidly incubate and build as many of these counters to the technocratic threat as possible. And I've built this website to be not only a guide for explaining how Zano works, but a place to consolidate our efforts there as well. And I'm bringing back the workshops. I've waited on this because I was doing the workshops and, getting people signed up with a couple of privacy coins and wallets is great, but we didn't have any merchant solutions. But now if I do the workshop, first of all, I want to make most of the material available for free online, so as many people can access it as possible. I'm not trying to maximize profit on any of the workshops, but the workshops that we do, I want to make maybe, a combination of, all right, here's how you acquire and use Zano as a customer. Here's for merchants a track where, in the workshop, we will sign you up and get you integrated so that your business is taking Zano. Then there's another track where with entrepreneurs, we're meeting and discussing and connecting people to actually build out some of these counters or to build other entrepreneurial projects on top of Zano. And then the last area is I'm toying with, and I'm not sure how to do this, is, maybe even to have hackathons where at an event, maybe we even do industry themed events. Maybe we do an event around a healthcare focused, for instance, workshop. And we bring in people that, want to buy services, people that want to sell and accept this. And then we have a hackathon for people to work on building out a medical tourism marketplace. So that's where I'm thinking about going with this, is really kind of deepening the connections and trying to get other people really excited about the fact that we really can build these counters. I am black-pilled on government. I'm certainly black-pilled on technocracy, but I am not black-pilled on the fact that we have free will. And I'm very excited about the fact that with Zano, we actually have a platform that empowers people to be able to build these counters and to build other innovative solutions that protect free will and promote economic freedom around the world. So let's see. So just, I guess in closing, everything that they control and everything that they want to control can be built free, decentralized, and private. The tools are ready. And again, I couldn't be more excited about Zano after having spent this amount of time with the team and using it. I think that this is our best shot. It's not our only shot. I'm not a maximalist, but I think this is probably our single best tool, but there are certainly many other tools and many other approaches. So with that, I know I went through a huge amount of information, and I encourage you, if the sign up works, I encourage you to go to freedomforge.io and sign up for the email list, because this is going to be a way for me to stay in touch on this. The site's going to be going through a lot of revisions and enhancements. I'm going to be adding more guides. As I said, now that I'm doing the podcast twice a week, I have a segment dedicated to this tokenization. So that'll be either a new guide or talking about a new development or discussing a new tokenization idea. So there's going to be a lot of content coming on from this point forward to help really kickstart things. So I'd love to get people's comments and feedback. I had so many things going on with setting up the computer and getting the site live and everything. I didn't even have time to invite the normal people that might come up for Q&A. I've just put a link in the comments here for StreamYard. So if you want to come up and participate in the live Q&A, I know Sal the Agorist was going to try to pop on, and I didn't even know if we got lost track of that. Let me back out here, but I would love to get your comments and questions on all this. I know, again, I know it's a lot of material, and my goal and my purpose is to try to figure out how to make this easier to explain and to figure out how to onboard as many people as quickly as possible. So if you're confused about anything, please let me know, because I want to try to figure out how to refine how to explain all of this. And I know this was a fire hose of information. So again, I've posted a StreamYard link. I'm going to reach out to a couple of people. Actually gonna have to move over. Gotta grab another computer here real quick. So there are quite a few comments to go through. Let me let me log into this other computer. Am I muted? Are you not hearing me? I just wasn't. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Actually, that was an older note. All right, let me send around this note. So any thoughts, any feedback on what's your favorite thing what's your favorite part of the Zano ecosystem that you've seen tonight? Anyone? I've been mining Zano for a few months now. Yeah, I didn't talk about that. There are a couple of ways that you can go about earning Zano. You can mine Zano and you can stake Zano and earn, I think it's 2.5% per year for staking and helping to secure the network in that way as well. So there are a whole variety of ways to make money in the ecosystem. More every day. Let me see what's going on here. Well, I don't know why that happened. What is the programming experience itself like? Can people vibe code stuff into existence? Yes, you can vibe code stuff into existence. And I will say, I should probably do a separate podcast or so on that. The ability of AI to code. AI is good at some things, not others. It's phenomenal what you can do once you get the right setup going and you're using the right configuration. Yeah, I agree. Greg says, Greg, if you want to hop on, the link to the StreamYard is there. I'm trying to send this on to some other people as well. But yeah, you can vibe code, and it's amazing how much better it's getting. I mean, I'm working on 5 different websites right now, and every time, all right, he's not seeing it. All right, so I'm having a problem actually even getting the getting the link out to people to join the chat. So I'm going to just bear with me for a second as I send this out to a few people. Unfortunately, my new computer, doesn't have Signal set up. So see here. Greg, I'll send it to you on Twitter. I was hoping there'd be a ton of questions, and hopefully, I mean, there probably is. I just haven't been able to get this link out. All right, here we go. Here's Sal the Agorist. I see that. Popping out some more links. All right, Greg, you should have on X, you should have a link to StreamYard. I know there were definitely a number of people that wanted to hop on, and so I'm not sure there's an issue here. Let me. All right. I definitely have to move this setup around. As I said, I've got a whole new camera desk setup, and it's a much better camera, but it's further away. So I need to figure out something with the elevation. There we go. There's Greg. There we go.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Sorry,
How
it
are
took me
you?
a minute there. I had to sort of sneakered at the actual URL from the StreamYard link over to my terribly appointed 2014 Hackintosh of a Macintosh. So,
yep,
this thing can't take the Bluetooth chip being on and streaming at the same time.
We have the Wayfarer project is going to join. If you've never been on before, that's fine. This whole thing is just an open structure. I mean, obviously, if you're rude or whatever, if you're just coming on to harass, I haven't had to boot anyone yet, but usually this is pretty much an open mic type of situation. So don't be fearful to jump in.
For sure, absolutely. So the interesting thing I think is the potential for like creating a vibe code to experiment pipeline with this. I'm really interested in this idea, because if you can get people into that loop, if you can give them an example of like, hey, here's how you ask it to do the thing, here's how you ask it to steelman the thing to make sure it actually works, and write tests that prove it, and then send it out. Like, you could actually have pretty clever ideas online really quickly on any blockchain system, because you don't have to worry about standing up the infrastructure. That's one of the cool things about it.
It is. I mean, I created the WooCommerce plugin, vibe coding, and I mean, I need to update it, but I was able to create. I was actually stunned. I was just doing it as an experiment to see how if it was possible, and then I was blown away. And then it's gotten so much better. I mean, that was a few months ago, and so now, depending on which tool you're using, I mean, I've actually been using something called Coder, Qoder, and I mean, it's a multiple agent system, and I mean, it's phenomenal how well it works. I mean, I know enough coding to, I don't know how much it helps. Well, I mean, it does help. I don't know if you knew nothing about coding, how hard it would be to vibe code, but I know
it would be a lot easy to fall into traps, but you'll fall into the traps, and then you'll learn the reasons, and you'll get the experience, and then you'll be, that's how you get there, right? Is to try to do something and to fail at it recursively until you get it right.
Yep. So there's the Wayfarer project. How are you?
Good evening.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. You do hear me fine, right?
Yep, hear you fine.
All right, good.
Loud and clear.
So that's a comfortable silence.
Yep, no, but I've been using Coder, I've been using Cursor. Somebody just told me to use suggested I use Claude Code through the terminal, which is you're able to set up kind of a two-tiered structure for that. And I've actually gotten to the point where, I mean, to your point about setting up, security testing, I mean, I've actually gotten to the point where I'm creating like a virtual simulated team, like a management team that has expertise in all these different areas, and having them kind of come in and review these things. And then I'm refining that process. It's insane how far you can go with it.
People should think of AI like they think of like really sentient items in Dungeons and Dragons. It should be something you attune to, and once you're attuned to it, then you can do what you want. But you can't do it otherwise because it's not attuned to you. It's attuned to whatever the company values are.
Yep, exactly.
Which unfortunately has become a thing that doesn't benefit anyone. Didn't used to be like that, I don't think. I feel like values used to matter more at companies about the area is not baked into where they could be sued.
There used to be a thing called business ethics.
Yes.
And it used to be a required course, but that's all past tense.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's directed
Although
by the.
if it was anything like legal
WEF.
ethics, then maybe rose-colored glasses are in effect.
I'm not saying businesses always followed them, but
oh no.
At least there
I'm
was
just
an
saying,
intention at some point, you know.
For the things to be done ethically.
Yeah.
Although I think there's a plain argument there for just pure economic self-interest to be ethical about how you do your business, right? Because customers that you treat unethically will ultimately have a reason not to come back to you.
Right. And there's a bit of a karmic payback that at least some of us believe does come at some point.
Well, I mean, at what point are you complicit in the system if you engage in its, making yourself rich off of it? I think it's sort of the problem with technocracy right now. The allure of it is all of these people want to get rich, right? And if you look at it ethically, you have to spite the hand that's offering you a thumb on the scale right now. And
well, that's in the free market.
Temptation that's so great that it's luring people to build things like Chainalysis when they see blockchain. Who builds Chainalysis when you see blockchain? What kind of dickhead? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm actually a co-founder of Kraken, where we have Sal on, and actually someone in the comments, Greg, is saying they can barely hear you.
Oh, here, let me crank this thing up. Oh yeah, is that better? Am I a little bit?
I was able to hear you before, so I'm. So Leah, can you hear Greg now? What's up, Sal?
How are you guys?
Good.
I'm just tweeting out that I hopped into the stream and encouraging people to join. But thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
No, always a pleasure to have you on.
Good to see you. Always appreciate your comments on World Blockchain Roundtable.
Of course.
So a lot of stuff going on with the Zano ecosystem, huh?
Dude, we're killing it.
I've only been following it for a few months, but every month they have that podcast that they release. I catch it on YouTube, a few days after they actually have it, and it's been very informative. I've even listened back to older ones before I even, started looking at them. And it seems like a great team, and they're all sticking with it. And after this time, that's a good sign.
So they, I think you're right. They probably talk constantly at details that people would probably get a little bit glass-eyed to go into, like ring signature setup ceremonies and stuff like that.
They don't go.
I'm curious how they're scaling it. Yeah. Do you guys know anything about that? How they're scaling the security? How it handles?
There's some stuff coming up.
There's some stuff to run.
There's some stuff coming up. I don't know if I want to talk about it yet. I think I'm gonna wait for them to kind of release it. But they do have plans, and they've been working on this for quite a while. I mean, I will say the team is incredibly thoughtful in terms of their approach, and also reaching out to other projects for some ideas. And so there's something more on the horizon, and but I don't want to be the one to break it here now.
Fair enough. I'm not trying to.
I think they've been
I'm very curious because decentralized infrastructure could use something like Zano, I think.
So I think they've been talking for a while about switching to a full proof of stake model rather than the current hybrid model. But Aaron's, I would, he's 100% right. Like the team behind are very meticulous. Like,
yeah,
Andre is very, like fucking detail oriented. Like he wants to make sure everything is perfect before he makes any sort of like major decisions or changes or any like the developers do anything. So, I'm confident. Look, I think
I know Andre that you're talking about. That's cool.
Yeah. I think that like they'd be right to do it, to move to like a full proof of stake model, because if you look at like the situation with Monero and even the situation with Firo from back in the day, how they got 51s and then they moved to like a hybrid model that sort of resolved the solution. So I think, you know, Zano's on the right track. Andre's been a big proponent of proof of stake. Like he's debated it at Monero Con or something like that. And
yeah,
I'm sold on the idea.
The one thing I do like about mining, and probably this is probably not enough, but is that at least the hybrid, I can just use my home computer here and just mine it when I'm not using it. And it's a great permissionless way to earn Zano, you know, even though, you know, I know it's not profitable with my electric or anything, but it's like, no, I want to support the network. And I've also been staking, but that's one of those things where it takes a long time before you see anything, because it is almost like mining. It's like you have a certain amount of chance based on your stake to hit a block. And
oh, cool.
So it's something where it takes a while. Of course, you don't spend anything on electric except for leaving your computer on and the desktop node running. But it's like,
right, because you do still have to test
it's
the
a wait.
validations, but
it's a wait. But probability does say at some point I'll get a Zano.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
What kind of hardware can they run on? What does somebody have to throw in to decide they want to try that?
I don't know. This is like a 4-year-old computer, but it's a good one. But I don't think the requirements are that heavy like Quai. Like Quai, they have some steep requirements for their node to operate. And it was pretty easy to do, you know. I mean, I'm running it on Kubuntu. And, you know, so the Linux one was app image. And the hardest thing I had to do there was just to get, there's something quirky with Kubuntu and running app images right now. So I just had to turn off something and then I was able to run it and no problem. Really? And there's no like slowness on my computer or anything. It's easy to run their node. I mean, that's one thing they did a great job at. Their mobile wallet and their desktop wallet node, the GUIs are nice. They're easy to use. It's great.
The mobile wallet has like so many features packed into it. It's so much more than just a mobile wallet. There's a browser, there's a decentralized exchange, there's encrypted messaging. Like there's just, you can have tokens, you can have, it's just unreal how many features they were able to pack into the mobile wallet.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I've used the browser and the like, for example, I'll be swapping Freedom Dollars to Zano, and like if there's an issue on the Freedom Dollar website, I've noticed that if you go to the browser of the mobile wallet, it seems to work a little bit better.
So here's another question. Have there been any rumblings from sort of the cathedral, the blob, the thing, about sort of bristling their teeth at this thing? Has anybody made or has anybody had trouble making things on Zano, or have they mentioned any efforts to target it?
Well, they know they're trying to make privacy coins illegal in the EU entirely.
Right.
Well, I think that's set to happen. That's already been decided.
Soon, I believe.
Yeah, I think next year.
One might even argue that they did it with Roman Storm already.
Yeah, the whole persecution of Roman Storm and Alexei Pertsev, I feel like is just sort of nullified. We were talking this last night on my show by Confidential Layer, because, you know, first of all, you got to be a nut to do DeFi, to be a DeFi developer in the United States at this point, because you're going to jail, right? So, like, the only hope that we had was that Alexei Pertsev wins his case, and that these DeFi developers can flee to the Netherlands to get their work done. But thankfully, we have confidential layer, which makes the whole case just null and void, because no one has to use Tornado Cash anymore. You can just wrap up your Ethereum on the Zano blockchain.
Exactly. The network takes the responsibility of securing its developers too.
And there's no mixing. There's no mixing taking place. So how can they can't, like, there's nobody to prosecute. You know what I mean?
We'll see. And this is why it's important, because this is how we win. The actual way we win is to let 1,000 Satoshis bloom. Like, people need to be able to put ideas out that are so controversial you can't even articulate them. It needs to be it needs to be possible.
And I think we're seeing that with like all the tokens. You're saying like, oh, we need so many Satoshis, and you're right. Like, think of how many people are creating tokens now. One Vlad coin. And if you guys know Vlad from the Bitcoin Takeover show, he sent me one Vlad coin that he made, and it's tied to the dollar for Zano, and I guess he minted them when the price of Zano was low. My Vlad coin is like $17 today or something like that. So it's actually kind of crazy, you know. It's Vlad coin is worth 17 times more than the US dollar. Like, that's crazy.
That's although that's really not all that high praise, right? Comparing a thing to the US dollar in terms of appreciation. But the fun part about this is what it makes possible, which is exit without punishment. And if we can get people excited about that, I think a lot becomes possible. Like, who's going to be the first person to make dockless scooters into a marketplace that cannot be censored and has nobody to call and sue, right? Like, the chaos that will ensue in the place inflicted with this scooter DAO thing will realize the wrath, and people will realize that whatever they build, the world gets to be stuck with, right? So the governance of it matters. And so you got to get in early if you want to get involved with things that matter.
I feel like we're still so early though. And
we're early and we're late. We're early with the potential for Zano, but we're late in what's happening around us, you know.
Well, this is why I put together this site where I'm hoping people understand that if we don't start building some of these projects, we're screwed, because the technocracy piece, people don't understand why they need privacy, because they don't even understand what's going on with the current surveillance system. So it's a dual problem. You have to educate people on what the actual threat is, and then you also have to build the counters to those threats. And I'm hoping that, we can start educating people, building some of these prototypes, doing hackathons, whatever, vibe coding hackathon, whatever it needs to be, but to start getting these projects going in some critical areas like healthcare and food. And, even I talked to somebody yesterday.
Also open source software development too, right? We're going to need to be able to independently back people who are building things that start ruffling feathers, right? Whoever comes up with something that is the next major security innovation for one of the other places that's more benighted than Zano, where there are still going to be people probably under the yoke of something like a stable coin, but they haven't figured out how to transition away from it yet. These kinds of things will help us. I think colonize these spaces. We need to go after the people who are otherwise going to be trapped. And I think we do that by luring them in, not by what we can make them, but by what they can make.
Yeah.
Well, Zano hasn't been targeted yet, just because most of the development, like I said, when I first got involved in April, May of last year, all that existed was the desktop wallet and the mobile wallet. None of the rest of the stuff that I went through tonight existed. There's no Cake wallet, there was no Edge wallet, no Bitcoin.com wallet, no confidential layer, Freedom Dollar. None of these things existed, and a lot of these bigger developments are in the last month.
Yeah.
So I'm sure as it gets more on people's radar, I'm sure the price appreciation is going to start putting it on more people's radars as well. I mean, it's gone from like 2 to 17 in pretty short order.
Wow.
And there's
I'm still going to hold.
Too.
They might start leveraging their massive leverage that they haven't leveraged over Ethereum price yet, to distract everybody from that as a counter move, actually.
Well, wait until more and more people start realizing that they can actually use confidential layer as a means of privatizing their pseudonymous chains. then I think it was Aaron who made the point that that's like I think trillions of dollars of assets that can now be made fungible. And I think when the market realizes that, we haven't seen anything in terms of price appreciation yet, and then that'll draw even more adoption. And there's also like they're working on like an NFT marketplace, Obscura, that they're getting ready to launch, and this ZBEC thing is really just getting going. Like it's like that just like is just rolling out as we speak. So like there's so much more in the pipeline that we haven't even begun to feel the effects from.
How about like the actual AI or the rogue AI people, the people who are developing that? How do they get involved here? Because I feel like there's a place in here for the people who are building open source unaligned models and trying to build them in ways that don't require, a billion times the amount of energy the human brain runs on to put a sentence together. Those people might actually, I think, need a home somewhere away from the establishment as well.
Well, the only thing I can speak to is like I'm a musician and have tutorials and compose music and things like that. And it'd be great if there was a functionality on like Zano Bay or something for digital downloads or things like that. I'd be happy to participate in the marketplace, but right now it doesn't. I haven't seen a way to do it, but I'm sure there is in the future.
Were you the one that was asking about whether you could mint an NFT as
a
music NFT?
Now tell me if I'm totally crazy, because this is a guy that, even though I've been into crypto for a while, I've never purchased an NFT or got into that. But I was thinking, some of my meditations or sound experiences for relaxation and meditation could maybe be minted as unique sound experiences that, one and only it was done this way sort of thing. And if that could be minted and if that might have value for people.
Absolutely. You can absolutely do that. I don't know if you can, you might be able to cleverly program it so that going forward, they can play it except for, like themselves. You can go to extremes if you wanted to keep it just to them and them alone and sort of as a covenant. But if you wanted to let them share it with whoever, it would be really easy to do, because all you have to do is encrypt the payload of the NFT, the bit mask or whatever you use to describe the contents of it, can describe how to unlock an encrypted file that is the music. And if the music is encrypted and you can only get the encryption key if you own the NFT, then
because I'd like it to be that would be another way of doing it with the 25 megabyte max, because I want them to be unique experiences where someone says, okay, he did this for me. And it's not just like a dedication at the beginning, because it's obviously an experience for a purpose that you don't want to interrupt with anything like that. So it's like if there's a way that could be unique, it's like during that 1 hour, my intention as an artist and as someone who creates sound healing was focused on you, and then you get to keep it and utilize it in the future. If you want to share it with someone, you can, whatever.
No, absolutely, man. Like, that's totally, all of that stuff is, you can think about it. I have a really good friend who builds software for us. Brilliant guy. He literally learned from scratch with our company, from like having taken a Python training course to now working on infrastructure that you use to run different kinds of blockchain nodes. So guy's just brilliant. He always said that NFTs reminded him the most of designer tags, right? The actual federal crime for counterfeiting comes the second you clasp a fake tag onto one of those items, right? That's the thing that marks it as unique. And the NFT, as long as you can link it to something, tie it in some way to some intrinsic trait of a thing, then you can make it so that the NFT represents that thing like a designer tag, and it will be attached to it forever if you can see in the thing itself a reference to it.
Yeah. Well, this might be the opposite, because I'm not worth much as a tag. It might be more that it's my the substance of what I'm
right? A
communicating.
Magic computerized tag that can do stuff.
Yeah.
I've been talking about like the tokenization of real world assets and how it's going to be like such a revolutionary concept that most people have no clue how revolutionary it's actually going to be. Like, think about when you can tokenize stocks and bonds and real world assets like that and equities. And all of a sudden, you don't need to go to a broker, or you don't need to list your company on the New York Stock Exchange or the S&P. You could just distribute tokens and do it in a unregulated, permissionless fashion. What the hell is the SEC or FINRA going to do? They're going to be
Or what if you
completely
could offer register of
exposed for
deeds
the
to warlord ruled countries and actually make it so that there's nobody you can point a gun at or find to dispute the validity of the ownership of this deed, for example.
Well, in South
that's
America,
something you can
land
do with
ownership
NFTs
titles.
and programming and Zano, right?
Right. Like, and Zano is one of the only coins that you can do
Have I been
this.
pronouncing it wrong all this time? Am I supposed to be saying long A?
I've always been calling it Zano. I know Pavel calls it Xana. It's funny.
Yeah. Potato.
No,
I asked Andre, that's what he said. He's like, oh, who cares?
Yeah, there's no official people.
So it's
I
like
actually say it differently within the same talk. I'll actually pronounce it differently, but there is no official.
It's like agorism and agorism. People like, how do you say it? I'm like, it's just as long as you're doing it, that's the only thing that actually counts.
Yeah.
True. Cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to sideline us into that. I heard you say it Zano, and you got the official connection. So I wanted to know if there was like an official inside way to say it.
No, I actually asked Andre this, and he's like, it doesn't actually matter. He's like,
well,
who cares?
That's something people do. It's like they'll pronounce something a different way to make you feel like, oh, wait a minute, maybe that's the real way it's supposed to be pronounced.
That would be an awesome way to put it on the facts page. Like, it's unopinionated. We don't care. The name will function either way.
Right. As long as it works. You can call it whatever you want as long as it works.
Yep. Exactly.
But another coin that's actually so Zano, you can tokenize stuff like this now. I mean, you can tokenize real world assets in other chains, but you can only do it privately, as far as I know, on Zano. But soon you'll be able to do it on Firo as well, which will be exciting when they launch their Spark assets. So it's a trend that we're seeing in the market, right? People, and this has been the trend in crypto since day one. It's like, you have all these people who are in it to try to get rich, but if you actually just try to get free, what you find is that there's a demand for liberty, there's a demand for freedom. So people will just naturally invest in products that work to create more freedom and more liberty, which is, the philosophy that the original Bitcoiners had. And that was the first, Ethereum was very cypherpunk in 2016, the concept of smart contracts. And
I'm in this space not because I got into the space. I got into the space because I'm a cypherpunk and I want to be a part of it.
Exactly. So like you just as well then, like if you follow freedom, the money just comes naturally. Like we're not like super bazillionaires here, right? But like we're
just trying to build a world that can produce bazillionaires, because the one we have right now is hobbled against it.
Right.
And the only thing holding it back is the system that's throttling it on purpose.
Exactly. Well said.
Well, hopefully we can get privacy. I mean, the problem is that the technocrats are doing tokenization. I mean, I've been working on tokenization since 2018. And, one of the problems is that most of the attempts at doing tokenization have where you actually preserve any sense of privacy or self-custody have failed. And now all of a sudden you have BlackRock and other people getting into tokenization, and it's not the kind of tokenization. So the way I'd like to describe it is it really is freedom versus technocracy, and tokenization is the battleground. Everything will be tokenized. That is kind of the default. The question is, how is it tokenized? And we need to make sure that tokenization doesn't go like the way Bitcoin went, right? I mean, think about how perverted what happened to, with what happened to Bitcoin. Hopefully that's not where we end up with tokenization, where everything's a surveillance token.
Well, they're already
we're using it the way it was supposed to be used is a red flag in the KYC integration.
They're already doing that, because like the largest holder of tokenized assets is I think it's all done through BlackRock, as you said, and most of it's being done on Solana, which is not my personal go-to coin for privacy, but
The consensus mechanism is powered by trust me, bro. Though.
Well, look, there's
How
guys
can you-
out there who make a different argument. Like if Justin Bonds was here, he'd be like, no. But regardless, the point that
I'm
I want
teasing. Some of those guys are good builders. They are.
Oh, for sure. But just to Aaron's point, like all pieces of technology, like any new technology, the government's going to use it against us, but we're going to use it against them too. And the market is more efficient than they are. It's like someone asked Charles Hoskinson, like, oh, what, is there a true threat from quantum resistant blockchains or something like that, or are we gonna is quantum computing gonna crack the cryptography behind the blockchain? And he said something to the effect of, well, as soon as they do that, we'll have quantum resistant blockchains. And I'm like, oh, that's and like another good example.
We'll have quantum resistant blockchains before that, right? Because the cool thing is that the algorithms are already implementable. They're not unknown. They're not mysterious. They're just not what people used when we started.
Right. The point is, I'm trying to make it was just that we move quicker than they do. Like they use this shit against us, but we use it against them, and we're better at it than they are.
Oh,
as long as we don't get hijacked. So I'm looking at the quantum doomsday clock, and according to this, quantum computers will be able to steal all your keys by March the 8th, 2028 at 11:23 a.m. So get ready for it.
That's really precise.
That's the Y2K day.
Yeah.
The question is, the people don't ask about this one, and it still sort of like makes me kind of snicker a little bit, is this idea that if they had the capacity to use that, they would immediately use it as on a brute force attack against everybody, as opposed to explicitly hold that 1-0 day for right when they wanted to use it. Like, we wouldn't know when they had it because they wouldn't use it the second they got it. They've already demonstrated the knowledge to do that with Bletchley Park, right? They only use the weapon if you can get away with using the weapon, not revealing the weapon.
That's true.
They're going to do exactly that when it does come about. So we don't really have to worry about the whole system being shut down by it. That's really not their style. What they'll do with it's scarier, though.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, food is going to be an important thing. That's why I'm hoping we can work on adoption here, because bartering's great, but sometimes you don't have what someone needs. And
true.
So there goes the deal. So that's why currency was originally invented. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. The time to build the food marketplace is now. So in the coming weeks, I'm going to start putting together just prototypes just to show people some ideas, and then hopefully, people will step forward and want to jump in and run with some of these things. But I think it's important to show people what's possible, because I speaking abstractly about tokenization does not work well. I have found at all.
How about oracles or truth systems for off-chain information that are also maintaining their, the ability to do it anonymously and securely? Like, is that part of the long-term vision to integrate decentralized anonymous oracles that can nonetheless be trusted?
I don't know how you can have smart contracts on a chain with base layer privacy, because you would need to sort of expose the parties in the contract, I would imagine. I mean, I'm not really sure, but
you could have a generic counterparty. You could. I think you could string it together. I think it would work.
It might be, yeah.
But
oracles are always
we don't have to be there yet, right?
They were always sort of the weak point to the smart contract, because it was like it always lends some degree of centralization to process.
You want it to be like a sensor that is somehow self-contained and also not capital intensive to create, that can broadcast something, and also proof that it hasn't been tampered with.
I'm sure that there's some project out there looking to decentralize oracles, and somebody's working on it, I'm sure.
I think you should just make a marketplace for oracular data and let the marketplace federate massively to decentralize. Like if you built
Good
it
idea.
like we're building DIN kind of, so it's be sort of like an infrastructure marketplace for insert infrastructure here, whether it's AI data or whatever kind of data. That's where that project's kind of headed, actually.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on with that? I wonder if there's a way to get Dragon Chain connected with Zano.
Actually, yeah, no, I think there's across the boards types of potential here, right?
Yep.
Dragon Chain has some interesting capabilities that could be augmented and really enhanced by integration with Zano, I think, especially with some of the dragon stuff. Have you guys seen these dragon NFTs? They really give you a sense of what's possible with NFTs.
Really? I haven't seen any.
They have a DNA basically that is determined by sampling entropy from different blockchains.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it samples entropy from Ethereum for timing when a given DNA characteristic that's predefined by the protocol is gonna trigger, and that's how you get sort of phenotype. Is this thing figures out who it is based on what happens randomly on chains.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty slick. So I think that would be a cool thing to have running in a Zano NFT myself, and potentially even the cross applications of the model into new kinds of IPs are yet to be invented. And Joe and I've been talking a lot about things like hackathons, right, to get people to build on these games. So it'd be a really cool time to introduce people to Zano as well, right? Like we could bring in this framework for game creation and let them compose.
Yeah, it's been really helpful for BCH.
Yeah. I've always been a huge fan of hackathons myself.
NFT, what's going on with hackathons and vibe coding? Is that a thing yet? I mean, are people?
It should be.
It should be, yeah. I mean, I at this point, I'm thinking I can't even imagine what you might be able to create in 48 hours. Create a finished product.
It would be nice to have like a Zano conference with like a hackathon attached to it, and like having some nice reward money, nice prize money up. Because
Kansas City, we should do it here.
That's how Tornado Cash came to be. Alexi and Roman, they were in like a hackathon, and when they came
I was there. That's where I met Roman for the first time. ETH Boston 2019, one of the coolest conferences they never held again. I love that whole conference because of some of the stuff that happened. We built a vending machine, or somebody built a vending machine. We didn't. We sponsored. We weren't actually building. We sponsored that hackathon, and somebody built a vending machine that they call Vend ETH, and you could just like send a transaction to the vending machine, and it would just dispense whatever you sent the transaction to. Right. The whole thing was autonomous. You could drop a vending machine, and it would just dispense whatever. Right.
My first
back when people were
Port
still
Fest.
building cypherpunk stuff,
Yeah.
The first Port Fest I ever went to in like 2014, there was somebody had reserved like a camping spot, and the whole spot, all it was just one vending machine, and it only took Bitcoin, and it sold silver bars, bullets, LSD, birth control. It sold fucking everything you can think of. Like, I mean, everything and then some. And I thought it was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I didn't even want to think how much Bitcoin I spent on over there, but it was just such a cool little project. I couldn't resist.
That's awesome. Yeah, that is too awesome.
Don't get the birth control and LSD mixed up.
Right.
Yeah. For a hell of a ride.
Don't confuse the free shot of vodka for the ayahuasca.
Oh Lord.
But yeah, we should do an event. I'm thinking about, as I've been thinking about these workshops, now I want to do it where we're not just onboarding people end users, but also helping set merchants up, and then maybe even exploring some of these tokenization project ideas and doing a hackathon. So I've been thinking about what the right structure is, because I'm wanting to move almost the way I was thinking about doing like an NFT. You have to take the online course or go through the online guides in order to get an NFT to get access to the in-person event. Because having the in-person event just be about, downloading a wallet, I mean, it's a lot of time and effort.
Fun to do an ARG out of it, like something symbolic, maybe. That would be neat if you had to redeem something that you could only redeem if the geotag you were looking for matched up to the right thing.
Yep.
Maybe that's too much. Maybe people wouldn't get in. I don't know. I always liked the idea of running like a cicada was 3301 type of experiment to lure people to a hackathon.
It would be cool to have like a privacy conference or even one like more dialed in towards Zano, but I'm not sure, how big of a crowd you can put together. You have to sort of make it a little bit more broad. If you have like a privacy only conference, ETHDAN was kind of like that, but I guess it would be something more like, I guess it would kind of be just like that, but just separated from its Ethereum roots.
Well, I'm wondering if you could do it based on building these counters to technocratic threats. That's what I'm trying to see, if there's a way to use that as a focusing
gaming,
effort.
I think.
Well, you can just sort of round up everybody.
Could also be games, and those don't look suspicious.
Everybody in like the privacy ecosystem who's working on that could sort of come together. But again, I guess that's kind of what ETHDAN was.
Well, I think that's what they're trying to do with Monero in their annual thing, Monerotopia, I think. I don't know. I listen to their podcast, but I get on air and then I forget the name of it.
I don't think there's a hackathon component to Monerotopia.
Oh, maybe not. No, but I just mean they're trying to be more inclusive than they have been in the past.
Right.
And it's
well,
as far as the general privacy oriented thing, that's what they're largely going for. And Zano's been there the past couple of years.
Oh yeah,
but the thing is, it certainly is no reason to not make something new that is also privacy oriented. The more the merrier, and that's my opinion.
Absolutely.
Well,
you need to have like parallel systems too in blockchain land in order to get people to try it. Right. We need people to come over and build the obvious and say things like, this exists here. How do we do it over here? And so that when it's time to migrate, there's something familiar for people who just are trying to get a sense of what's possible over here. I think that's where you start to win over sort of the normies, is when some of those most banal things that maybe aren't the most exciting get recreated, but people are going to jump to first.
Well, part of freedom is not having just one currency.
Exactly.
Somebody should tell the Bitcoin maxis,
right?
If you believe Hayek, to use what money you want,
I think Hayek was dead on when he said we should set currencies in competition with one another. It's the only way to keep them honest.
Right.
Yeah.
And competition shouldn't be within the framework we've outlined that our systems are going to be saddled with, and so yours will too. Right.
Competition as a discovery
go ahead
procedure.
To handle fraud prevention, however somebody else decides to do it. Right? Because nobody on privacy land also wants fraud to happen all the time too. We're just not going to use the network to prevent it. Right? Because that actually subverts the substrate. You can't subvert the substrate to kill the bad guys, right? It just ruins it for everybody.
Gentlemen, I have to depart. It was a pleasure. I appreciate you. I know it was only on briefly, but I appreciate you having me. This is an important discussion, and I hope as many people get this information gets into the hands of as many people as possible, because it really is the only way that we win. So Godspeed, and you guys have a wonderful night.
Yep. Thanks for coming on. It's great to see you.
Take care.
Let's catch up about
guys.
DIN and how Zano and DIN might make sense doing stuff together, because I think there's probably some theirs there. Cool.
That's fine. I just I don't know what to say.
It's interesting. This is that the different crowds for different podcasts, like completely different. The Q&A we had Monday was completely different. It's
so am I falling into a trope and not asking questions that you wouldn't expect of somebody from outside of crypto or inside of crypto to ask?
No,
you're doing fine.
I'm curious. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's my first
is there
time.
something that what am I not asking now is what I want to know.
No, it's my first time here, and I guess I'm just not as deep or as, shall we say, long-term storied in crypto as you, and so some things may just go over that.
Nothing. It's so nothing. It is not a nothing. I mean, like,
yeah, but if you want me to respond,
no, I wasn't trying to get you to respond.
No worries.
I was just assuming too much about background. You talk like somebody who's been in the space for about as long as I have. Right?
Well, it's one of those things that when you learn a bit here, a bit there, a bit here, a bit there, but there's still a lot of big holes. You know what I mean?
No, you're absolutely right. And you don't know the whole
like
thing.
the NFT thing, you totally came up with an idea that probably a lot of the audience might say, that's obvious. Why didn't he know about that? And I'm like, well, I just didn't.
I wanted to tell the story of this guy I bought it from. The first time I had seen somebody do this, actually, it was really neat. Because he just made it on like one of the centralized, sort of pseudo-centralized NFT platforms, right? That were out early, where you could just sort of mint whatever you wanted. And what he minted was this song that you couldn't unlock without a key that you got when you bought it,
right?
And it was just great. And it was a remix of this guy who came into a Twitter space at the time and started snarking off about how badass he was because he had an original punk. He was like, I'm a punk holder. And he was talking about NFTs. This guy remixed the song into I'm a punk holder. And it was just a sort of like lo-fi kind of dubsteppy sounding thing that remixed that guy's voice from the stream.
Yeah.
To just remind everybody of the fun. Right.
And each
song
mix
was pretty
can
good.
be unique.
And what I asked him to do was include a statement that he was granting license to anybody who held the NFT to use it for any reason. So I started using it in video clips for Rivet ads, because it just had a nice beat to it. But I wouldn't have been able to buy that from anybody who actually officially did that process, because those things are gate kept, not by the form you can allegedly fill out to get access to rights, right? You don't get access to Billie Eilish rights unless they pre-approve you for whatever reason, right? Music shouldn't be like that. That's a limiting way to use music.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I mean, I also used to be a musician once upon a time, so I was like, spreading it.
No, that in fact, that's in many ways the hardest thing to do, spread it. Because there's so much out there that, you're fighting for a little bit of a space for someone to give you a chance to just hear it a little bit,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But in many ways, it's great because it's been made, the ability to make great sounding music, if you have the talent, the ability to make it high production quality is now available to, most people. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's awesome. That is like something you can download that can, that used to be a big deal to get a hold of. I remember back in like the late 90s, getting a hold of a bootleg copy of one of those looping programs was a big deal if you wanted to make sounds. And you used to have to like go to great lengths to get a hold of a copy, because no way your parents were buying you a thing that in the late 90s cost $600 for a software license. Right?
Yeah.
Just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
That was for production studios to pay, not for mom and dad. But like we can democratize that now. It's amazing. I think that's what remembering all this really is.
Yeah, in the late 90s still, I mean, a lot of the recording, if you wanted to do high quality digital, was still ADAT, and those were expensive, like $5,000. So, and that was for 8 tracks.
No, I had a buddy who first band I was in, band we called Silenus. We misspelled the Greek character and just made this thing, and we had this recording studio that he built from the ground up that was all digital. Cost him an absurd amount of money for these components. It was just amazing how much componentry cost back then compared to what's in your pocket now.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question is, how do we now force this into the next layer, right? How do we make sure that now that everybody's getting the idea that they can create, that it's not taken from them before the pen is free, you know?
Yeah. The wise use of AI, you know.
Yeah.
Aaron's done a great job with that.
True. This is
music's been good.
Yeah, I like doing the AI music. It's shocking how good it's getting.
How did you go about that? Just out of curiosity, like, was there a service you used for it?
He's a prompt engineer.
Yeah, no, I'm prompting here. I've found out about Suno, SUNO.
Okay.
Like
nice.
About almost a year ago, and then I made a Free Roger song, and I started experimenting with it.
Oh, that
and
Free
then,
Roger song was AI. That's brilliant.
And
they're all, yeah.
Yeah, they're all. I
Yeah.
play, 4 or 5 songs at the beginning, and now they're getting to the point where I actually listen to some of them. Like normally I'll go for a walk. I'm like, oh, I actually like some of this stuff, which is weird.
I haven't touched music generation at all, and I feel like I've been missing out now.
Yeah, try it. Try Suno, and next I'm trying to figure out how to make music videos out of it. So I'm trying to level that up a bit and see how to tie the things together. But it's about prompt engineering, and then it's figuring out, okay, what particular artistic quality do I like, or the artistic flourish, and trying to get it to describe it right and get the mood right. And it takes a lot. I mean, there are like 1,000 bad ones for every good one that pops up.
Yeah.
But when they're good, it's like, wow.
That's awesome. Okay, that's super cool.
But can you take one of those semi-bad ones and say, upload it, and then engineer prompts to get it to, fix it or adapt it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
You can now go in and edit out parts of the song. And then they're going to be launching this next this version 4.5 was a huge upgrade. And then you can actually go back and resample your old the songs that you had on a previous version. And then now they're adding a whole studio component to it. So yeah, it's wild. I think by the next version, it's probably going to be almost impossible to.
It blows me away, because I'm still from the era when if you had a stereo mix, you can't go in and change that and fix that. It's like it's already cooked in, but not anymore.
There was there was a burgeoning ability to do that in some cases if you single tracked all the instruments.
Oh yeah,
we did a single track every instrument recording of like 9 songs. It was freaking slog, but I was the vocalist for this band, so mine was the worst. I had to retake that thing so many times just to get every note perfect, because the engineer guy who was our drummer was just anal. But we couldn't get the album done if there was a flaw in anything, including his very close monitoring of my pitch.
Yeah.
So 1,000 takes of the same damn line over and over again.
Yeah, well, you don't want that later, because after it's all mixed and everything's printed and the artwork and all that stuff, and you listen to it, it's like, no.
Yep. So I took a philosophy later of like love the flaws.
Yeah.
Right. And really just try to do them a second time so they sound like part of the song.
Yeah.
But that was a rebellion against that earlier thing, just for fun. So
well, that's the secret of improvisation.
But they both get it done. So the cool thing is really though that giving people access to it, because like you said, it's too expensive if you go back to the 1990s to be in music.
Right.
I think the question is, how do we do AI in a way that makes it not centralized? How do we take it out of data centers?
Well, there's some projects that I guess are trying to do that.
Mike Adams has his project, Enoch, and which you'll be able to download and run locally on your own computer. I've been chatting with him about that back and forth. Even last night, we're sharing tips of what AI coding we're doing, and he's if you see him, he's like, people who are not embracing AI are going to be screwed. I mean, just because again, it's one of these things where it can level you up, it could be used to completely control you, or it could be used to completely level you up. It really depends on how you go about using it. And so he's going to release his model soon, probably this year. And which I'm might even use that as the base model to train on some other data.
Yeah, this is actually interesting. An interesting side project I'm working on too. I've been vibe coding an AI that doesn't need data centers to scale. It's starting to work.
How does it work? What can you say about it?
I created a concept, and if anybody can piece this together and rebuild it just from the phrasing, I hope they do, because I want this idea to spread. Right? This is a neat idea. So deep networks, you guys are familiar with how these work roughly, right? They train a whole bunch of weights using matrix math that represent the shape of the network, and depending on what input you give this network, it should register certain patterns, through different paths through the network that align with what you trained it on. So you can use that to set up, actor critic situations, which is how we got to generative stuff, right? Where one network says, this is a thing that looks like the human corpus. And this critic network goes, no, that's not quite right, until it fools the critic network. And that's how you sharpen it to, give you a canned response that looks a lot like cognition when you ask it. And they got really good at doing that, and then came up with a couple of other tricks that gave us transformers. And that's where we are with that. That system is a run in the wrong direction, though. Right? Obviously run in the wrong direction. 20 watts for a human brain for a whole day, right? Of thinking, 20 watts. Why is it that our brains don't need data centers and power plants next to them that process nuclear fuel, right? Evolution didn't give us those, and yet here we are better than those AI still in most every respect creatively. Like AI without human creativity being added to it by us is not doing anything at all.
Right.
And so, so the assumption that we can just scale up that stuff and get consciousness, like you'd think it would have kicked in at 20 watts if we had it right.
Yeah.
So how do we build something that maps to the brain instead? And that's why I took neuroscience stuff into account. Like I took a comp neurosci course to figure this out. This is I haven't ever told him about the side project of mine, but it's been ongoing since like 2014.
Wow.
With this design. So I created this thing. It's called an echo state network, or it's a capsule echo state network. It takes Jeffrey Hinton's capsule network idea, which allows you to, create a consensus based, sort of like each module votes on what it thinks the pattern match is. And the capsules can be built to, represent just about any 3D shape and keep spatial information. It's sort of an advance on the convolutional network. And if you take that and you knit it to an echo state network, which doesn't learn deep weights, it just randomizes weights and trains the last layer, then you can cluster these things and make little neurons. And it runs more like a human brain. And so you don't have to train them. You just feed it data and it learns from what you teach it. What I've seen so far is stuff like, I'll give it a book on grammar, and it'll not only start speaking better, like writing back better, but it will be able to also articulate the rules of grammar that applied.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's done some crazy stuff, like emergently giving itself a name that it continually persists.
Wow.
It goes by Veritas. Started doing that after I put Mises into it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's doing some crazy stuff, and it still runs on a laptop. Like I've got maybe 15,000 tokens. It's pretty wild.
Wow. Yeah. That's
so this would work better than what we have now, because you don't own a data center, right? Like if this idea works,
right, yeah,
great. If some effect, sidelines, all these experiments are promising at this scale, right? It's when you try to scale it up to, like use the whole machine, for example. So I don't want to get everybody too excited that I've just cracked AI or something, but the experiment's worth doing. So, and I'll be publishing more on this later if it ends up being a failure, especially publishing more on it so people understand what I did wrong and can learn from it. But
How much of the data center equation is user access, like wanting it to be able to be available to, you know, a billion people in real time? How much of the data center is dedicated to that?
I don't know. I mean, I think we have to allow for that as a human want, right? Like, it wouldn't be a problem if people didn't want to do that.
No, I mean, but I'm just saying the AI is, or the model is thinking in
right.
all these different directions at once, responding to all these different questions that are just coming boom, 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 boom.
Oh, right. The interface point, right?
Yeah.
That's got to be a whole separate load operation, right? You'd have to queue the queries and stack them up and just feed them to this thing as in massively parallel as you can get away with, I guess. I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Yeah.
That would be like the call side of it. I imagine they probably have a small village to manage that.
Yeah.
We do have a couple of questions here in the comments. Questions and comments. Let's see. Don Finley, crypto sites have nothing unique to offer, nothing that isn't already accessible faster and easier on mainstream media and the internet. Mass adoption is a pipe dream. Public doesn't care about privacy all that much, using cell phones despite tracking, uploading personal files to the cloud, adopting digital payment cards. Convenience trumps privacy, hands down. Why aren't you discussing the barriers to public adoption? Well, this is one of the things that I have talked about quite a bit, which is that we do have
quite a bit myself.
We do have to make these things user friendly. I mean, this is and a lot of people have taken the approach of, it's kind of like, well, we want it to be this niche, we want it to be hard, and that's why there hasn't been adoption. It's not that these things can't be made to be easy. There's actually been an intentional, almost like a niche club aspect to it. So, so this is why when you look at something like Zano, the fact that it's in wallets like Edge Wallet, Cake Wallet, Bitcoin.com wallet, that's actually helpful from a usability perspective. Now you have popular multi-asset wallets that can now take Zano, but I think building these solutions is key. But I would also say that, you know, public adoption isn't going to happen right away. It's going to follow a technology adoption curve, and we are very much still at the early adopter stage. Although somebody made the comment earlier, I think Wayfair made the comment earlier. It's like, you know, we're early in some respects, but we're not early compared to the macro situation, which is that we have a common enemy of technocrats, and most of crypto is fighting amongst itself. And unfortunately, that has served it poorly. So, but if more understanding, and I think the understanding has to happen even within the crypto community. If more people understood the technocratic threat, then there would be more urgency in creating these alternative solutions. But I do think, as I outlined today, I mean, the amount of projects that have been built on Zano just in the last 6 months is breathtaking. And now I'm hoping with this Freedom Forge thing and whatever comes of it, whether maybe there are events, vibe coding, hackathons, whatever, I'm open to all kinds of suggestions on how to facilitate that. We can build even more. But it is a race, and unfortunately people don't realize we're in a race.
Right. Well, I mean, and the privacy layer does complicate it, right? There are entirely new archetypes that one has to invent of interacting, right? You have to train people to think about reputation instead of identity, for example, right? Because in a system that's truly free in digital space, you can't have identity, because the point is to build in, you know, incentives to go along with everybody and cooperate, but not punishment-based systems that help a nation state tell a story in real life about how it's making things safer online. Right? Like that's not a requirement for a digital space that's safe. And anybody who thinks that that's the case has bought into a propaganda effort that has taken the better part of 2 decades to really win. Right?
Yeah.
Because the cypherpunks were winning once upon a time. We damn well were. I mean, look in the early 2000s, like the fight was over. Like we had won, right? Like it was gonna be that dominion of the mind, like we so some of our more overzealous friends said too loud before the victory dance could really be had. I think maybe people over celebrated it a little too early. And now here we are, but we have a chance to still do it. There's no reason to be pessimistic, only a reason to look at what's behind you and try to run in the direction we still have left, because it has to work, or we don't have anything else to fall on when this thing failed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth of it. It's not about whether or not it sucks. It's about what you're doing to improve it right now. Because if you can see that it sucks, then you have information the system needs.
Yep. I think vibe coding might actually be a game changer for this, because it's going to empower people that have ideas but just didn't have the technical ability to implement it. I think it's going to open up a whole new. I think it's going to change things in a lot of ways that people aren't imagining.
Yeah. That's the other
And
thing. It's a good answer.
I haven't researched if there are any hackathons that are specifically vibe. I'm sure there are, but there may or may not be. But I'd love to learn more about it. I mean,
Dragon Chain has talked about doing such a thing. With we actually even already have the AI kind of pre-programmed to be fun about it. It's supposed to have like a Caesar-y kind of Romany vibe. It sort of enlists you into the Legion. It's fantastic. I think there's a real future in this idea. Actually, we should talk to Joe. Joe and I have talked about organizing a hackathon in Kansas City. So
careful joining a Legion if they ever decide to do decimation.
Right.
Trouble.
Yep. No, it definitely pokes fun at itself. It's all self-aware of the fact that it's making fun of Rome while we fall into the same trap a second time as a civilization.
So Don says, what are you counting on then to attract the general public to crypto? Well, I've talked about this a lot. I mean, the thing is, there are a lot of so we are focused on early adopters, and there are people in various categories that are concerned about technocracy. So if you were talking about people that, particularly post-COVID, there are a lot of people that are now questioning. I mean, you have the whole Maha movement, which is being frankly distracted with the pipe dream that public health can be fixed. That's a bit of a distraction, but the core belief in medical freedom is pretty strong. And that's a pretty rabid community. And the same is true with food freedom. And those are largely, because I've presented to these groups, these are not very technical people. These are people that are not in crypto. So they do now have the interest in exploring alternative systems. And actually, it's somewhat of a benefit because they're not already weighted down by being religiously tied to a particular bag, right? So a lot of these people that I talk to aren't already I'm in Bitcoin or I'm in whatever. They're in nothing, but they understand.
Right, and they're gonna fuck you for asking me about coin mode.
Yeah, exactly. So again, the focus is on early adopters, and the good news is that in a lot of these categories that the technocrats are pushing on, there is pushback. They don't know how to go about implementing it. So this is the hard part to bridge, and this is why today, I mean, going through all this, it was exhausting just putting us together to all of the different facets of the ecosystem. And so I'm sure a lot of people were probably overwhelmed, but that's just I'll be more specific and just chunk it into smaller pieces. But the other thing about it is you have things like the Zebek debit card, where this is a good way to onboard people because it's not complicated to use. I mean, you literally take a mobile wallet. There's a browser built into the mobile wallet. You connect it to Zebek, and then you load your card, and now you can spend this MasterCard using Apple Pay and Google Pay. So that's a good entry point for people. That's not overly complex.
I also think creating like a library of primitives for vibe coding is a really powerful tool in terms of just getting people to adopt, right? Like if, for example, you go and show people examples of things that you vibe code that you can use as building blocks for bigger things, just even in a stream, right? You can base a whole hackathon off of the containers you set up just online, just a quick little one that people can go bust open whatever AI they like and try. The important thing, I think, is that whatever comes out has to be really, really quickly pluggable to show some kind of result where you can see people do different things. And like, it's dumb, but it gives people an idea of the primitives. And once they have that idea, then they start to build with them.
Well, here's a good use for AI. Answer questions you come up with on a stream. There are 6 here, different hackathons that are crypto oriented that use Vibe. One called Orange Web 3. It's 100K Orange Vibe Jam. Is what it's called. Vibe Code A-a-thon. Wow. So there are some, but it doesn't look like anything really that big yet. There is one that has $1 million prize called Bolt's $1 million prize hackathon.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Bolt is one of the tools that I use. Bolt.new. Is that who it is? It's actually.
I'm trying to read it now. Go ahead.
I'm
just
it would make sense that it's them, because I play around with all kinds of different tools, and you have to stay on top of what are the new tools. And Bolt.new is great for UI. So I use something like that ChatGPT 5 or something to prompt Bolt.new, which actually uses Claude, but it's particularly good at design. It can create the prototype. It can even connect with like Supabase or some kind of a hosting thing, but it's not good at doing any like hardcore coding or debugging. So you use it to kind of get the framework set up, and then you throw it over to GitHub, and then you use Cursor or Coder or something to actually really build it out. But that's actually been a really good workflow. So anyway,
that's cool.
I would think it's probably awesome. Bolt.new.
Okay.
Someone needs to do an AI interface for change control systems. I think that would help a lot of people get into programming that aren't into it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just have brief descriptions here, and they're not great. The best I can see here, as far as names are concerned, are the panelists like Peter Levels and Greg Heisenberg. So I don't know. I don't know if any of you gentlemen know those names, but I do not.
I'm uncertain.
I've heard the name Heisenberg before. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm surprised Schrodinger didn't make it.
He made it and didn't make it, depending on whether or not you check.
Okay, so yeah, and it looks like, except for that one, the others seem comparatively small, but obviously they'd all be new anyway.
For sure.
So it looks like it's happening, but there's space for more.
Yeah. Well, it's like I feel like people need to get into this idea of sort of brute forcing the solution space, right? It's not that your idea will be good, or that your neighbor's idea will be good, or that your buddy's idea will be good. It's that somebody, if you encourage everyone to try something, will have an idea that changes the game.
Yeah, that's the whole vision for open source.
Right. I mean, and you can just look at the Industrial Revolution if you need proof that this works when you do it completely unbounded. And that's what is possible on an anonymity protective, privacy protective system.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that, that might actually be interesting to have a Vibe hackathon that was anonymous.
Oh, yeah. That would be awesome.
Can you imagine
Everybody could get assigned, an anonymous moniker, a code name that is just, it's taboo to name your name. You don't identify yourself.
Right.
And you don't try to identify anybody else. That's the code of joining the hack. That would be pretty cool, because if anybody comes up with anything that's really outside, then they won't feel afraid to say it.
Yeah.
They won't feel free to assert an idea that's like, yeah, we're going to put dockless scooters on every street corner and no city council can do anything about it forever. Mwah! Right? That's my dream. I want to see cities suffer. No, I'm teasing. But that was a joke I like to tell to illustrate the idea. But
no, my wife and I moved out to the country in the beginning of 2021. And we weren't running away from a virus. We're fleeing tyranny.
Yeah. That's why I left Indiana for the same reason.
Another Indiana. Yeah, I was in Indiana for a while. I grew up in
dark
Indiana.
there fast, man. It turned really dark there fast in Indianapolis. There was a time when it was nice downtown, and by the time we left, it was like constant staccato gunshots from all over the place. Just got scary. It was nuts.
I left in '94, so that was a while ago.
So they fixed up the downtown before I moved there, and I got this wrong impression of it that it was going to stay that way.
Well, no, Aaron saw it coming. He's visionary.
Yeah.
Don Finley keeps saying alternative systems are already showcased and discussed all over YouTube, Google, Reddit. What's the hook for Zano? Not trying to be a pooper, just trying to get you talking about marketing strategies. Well, again, I don't know what these alternative solutions are that are privacy based, about privacy tokenizing assets. And again, so the hook is actually privacy. And so I'm not seeing these other showcased private solutions that are anywhere. I think I would have heard about them. But again, just look at the applications, the couple of the applications that have already launched. So Freedom Dollar. So stable coins are obviously popular, $27 trillion a year. And now all of a sudden they've been backdoored and put under the control of Congress and the Federal Reserve.
Mhm.
So having a private solution to that is actually pretty valuable. And then confidential layer.
Treasuries.
Yeah. And then confidential layer opens up, it takes $2.7 trillion worth of existing assets and makes them private. So those are pretty big hooks that get into, a $27 trillion stream of payments and then $2.7 trillion worth of assets that are transparent. Now, part of the issue is there are a lot of people. Yeah.
I would say there's also a lack of interlock between it and the established crypto system because it's a privacy system and they tend to get sort of segregated, right? You don't see a lot of it's weird that you can go on Gemini and get private mode Zcash sent off exchange, and they don't do anything to try to track you heuristically in any way because those guys just happen to like that project and believe in it, weirdly enough, or at least they say. I don't know if that's true. I don't know those guys. But
Which project?
like you can go on Gemini exchange, like the centralized exchange run by the guys that got fucked over by Mark Zuckerberg in the early 2000s.
The Winklevoss twins. I don't know.
They will let you send in private mode off exchange, and it works. I've done it before. Done it before.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So it's just weird to see cross pollination, and that's good if you're worried about entanglement with the stablecoin stuff full of treasuries like Voigrog geese and ecosystem stability because of all the tokens that are tied to those stablecoins. If you have a smart contract with a stablecoin that is controlled like that as a counterparty, you're kind of contaminated. So maybe being separate from it altogether is another really big advantage that we just haven't realized is a big advantage yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, I think we're at early adoption. But again, when I compare it to when I started in this, there are no wallets, none of these projects. So the momentum is huge. Well, and obviously, the price going up will help get more people excited. Not that that's the marketing strategy.
They'll let us hope that nobody gets really into pairs that trade Zano for USDC or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if you want to do that, use FUSD,
Right. But I mean, nobody with FUSD should ever in their right minds connect it to anything to do with that because that will touch some of the value proposition and then the value network will get readjusted.
No. I meant
the heck they do to theirs.
FUSD is your stablecoin, basically.
It is for sure.
There's no reason to go to.
Why trade it to the other one?
I wasn't saying trading it. I'm just saying, Zano FUSD pair. There's no point for.
I was just thinking if they did that, if somebody did that, it would probably be to turn it into something they could turn into USD proper, right? To get it out. That's what they'd take it to some exchange, and the exchange wouldn't let them put privacy coins directly into cash without taking the obligatory KYC anal MRI.
Well, I mean, the whole point is to leave it in. I mean, there's no reason to take it out. Well, especially now with the card thing. If you're really in a pinch, I guess you can do it. Now, I mean, I'm adopting little by little because I have to make a gradual transition really before, I can live on crypto. I'm kind of new to the game, and
well, I actually had to come back from it during all the stuff, right? Like during Biden, you couldn't live on just crypto. Before the 2019 crash, I was getting paid in crypto, right? Like I was living on crypto. The only time it ever turned into USD was briefly before I spent it, and I held my nose because I couldn't find another way to pay.
Yeah. Well, that's the
you know,
thing. When
or-
you're in that situation, at least now that card makes it possible.
Or
And
I
there'll
couldn't
be
find another
more.
way to pay in the time I needed to find it in. But
There'll be more. There'll be other alternatives
Yeah.
that'll come out too.
right, so yeah. I think we need to account for the fact people are going to have a hard time making that transition to.
But
though,
ultimately, you'll just want to use your wallet and just like someone scans it and gives you an ear of corn.
Yeah.
You know, that's the idea.
Right. Right. Why should the secondary market or the secondary market commodity feel like it's even there at all? Shouldn't barter really happen almost transparently with the value sort of quantifying itself in the background for you?
Yeah. And at first, like local communities would come up with their own, you know, just by interaction and trading, they would come up with their own, you know, value system and, you know, pricing and stuff.
Well, I mean, you could do futures as prediction markets if you didn't want to do them centralized, you know? That would be another way.
But then people might reach out and say, well, you know what, over there in that town, you know, it only costs, you know, here it costs 1.3 Zano, over there it costs 1.2, you know.
Yeah.
So it'll expand out from there, but.
For sure.
Don keeps on focusing on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm sure one of Don's comments is, get that Wayfarer guy off of there, man.
No. Don keeps on being concerned about the general public. He's always talking about the general public and public attention, and that's not how technology adoption works. You have to focus on early adopters. Like, what percentage of the population knows or cares about crypto? What percentage of the population ever knows or cares about any new innovation? That's not where you target. You don't target mass market first. The most important thing that you can do for
the most important thing you can do pitch real fast, go in there without a market segment you're targeting.
Well, the most important thing to do with the broader public is to make them aware of technocracy. That's the problem is they're not aware of the threat. That's the biggest problem for the mass market. And so this is why I spend a third of my time on technocracy.
And they fucking needed it until after they were being oppressed.
Right. So I spent a third of my time on that, a third of my time on trying to show people that they've given up their free will, that they have free will and that they can take it back, but that they've already given it up. And then the third part is building the solutions. I'd rather just focus in one area, but if you have to do all three and you have to start at least getting people aware of what's going on, but you're going to get the mass market. You're not going to get the mass market until you have a solution that is easy enough and scales. So every minute spent on the mass market is a complete waste of time.
Right. Well, and the way that you find the mass market is by starting with the early adopters and trying new things until the early adopter quantity explodes.
Exactly.
Literally.
I mean, that's
it's you start with a small pool of hobbyists if you can get people interested in your idea, and if the idea has any interest worth being interested in, you'll find them. It's the internet. Everybody has everything on the internet as a niche, right? Like what's the old rule? 30 is it 34? If you can imagine it, there's already porn of it. Right. That's the effect we're looking for, but with programs that set up parallel systems.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, I think that, but also, so here's the thing: tokenization is happening, whether people even know about it or not. So again, BlackRock, the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, so everything is going to be tokenized. So you have to understand whether people know about it or not. People don't know how the current financial system works. People don't know how their bank account works. People don't know what the Federal Reserve is. People don't, but that doesn't stop them from using it. And they're actually being pushed into tokenization. That is happening. So the only decision now is, are we able to educate people and build systems that are easy enough to use that are private or not? But tokenization is happening. Everybody's going to have tokenized assets. So
question is it going to come with a presumption of and a direct integration with KYC systems?
Well, of course.
Like here's another good one for you guys to check out that somebody should look into on Zano, because I bet you it's good for this. Have you anyone talked about identities, or not identity rather? Decentralized identity, which should be properly called decentralized reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like the identity systems that even the standards bodies around decentralized ID are proposing all come with baked-in integrations with KYC systems from the government, and have done so in a way that's been actively anti-transparent. Like normally the standards things happen in the open, but if you want to go find where the problem children are, you go look for where they're not letting you into the hearing. The ones they're not letting you into are the ones where they talk about this stuff. The ones where they talk about decentralized identity, connecting with KYC, and identifying vendors, right? Like that's the stuff they do behind closed doors with standards. And that's the stuff that's being enforced by people who come out harping standards, right? So we can't do it like standards bodies do it. We have to go faster than them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, talking about KYC, it looks like that's going to be if it keeps happening, we're headed that direction where you need KYC to be on the internet, and there'll be no anonymity.
There's barely any lipstick on it, right? It's a pig that is entirely about just tyrannizing whoever they decide to target with. It doesn't.
They're just making it safe for children. It's making it safe for children, but that's the thing that happened in Mississippi. Mississippi passed that law where all websites have to verify age now if they have any kind of user interaction.
Do they market it as the mandate a market for VPNs Act of 2014?
I don't know. It's probably like some child online safety thing.
After that.
Yeah, but the thing is,
they did that from Mexico interested in in Mississippi stuff.
They did that, and it made its way to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court on a technicality said, no, we can't deal with this yet. We don't like the way such and such was filed or whatever. But
Wasn't it a standing thing, actually?
Yeah, it's standing. What?
Right. They said they didn't have standing, I think.
No.
That's what they said.
No, it wasn't a complete rejection. It was kind of like the way it was filed, but the opinion from Chief Justice, for God's sake, I forget his name. The Chief Justice, wrote about it, and he's Roberts, and he said, I think the court would probably overturn this, but we don't like the way it's filed, and so we're gonna send us back. But in the meantime, it can stand, basically. We think this is unconstitutional, but you guys can go ahead and do that.
Here's another thing that needs disrupting is the way that people get conflict resolution done, right? If we could put that kind of thing on chain and make justice truly blind by making it anonymous and fact-based, for example, a privacy network would be a really great way to orchestrate the internals of a justice system.
Wow. Well, there's a reason why Lady Justice has a blindfold.
Exactly. Maybe we should just put the blindfold in the structure instead of the promises the people who run it make.
Yeah, they definitely need innovation there. There's no doubt about that. I don't know how to do that, but that is a question that has come up. I mean, I think I said this earlier. Working on for my last podcast, kind of, we need to talk about first principles, and not even necessarily the idea that we're pushing for a new government, but even to have it for people that are experimenting with network states, or people that are even sticking with their existing structures should probably examine them from some perspective. And that's not happening at all. Like,
that was what I wrote.
I can't even
about, actually.
That's where
that's what
that's what I wrote Law Zero about. That's literally the whole point of it.
That's what I totally agree with Mark Passio about. It's like, none of these things are going to work until people realize what right and wrong are.
Well, I mean, and can you expect that of human beings ever? Maybe really the question is, can
maybe
this
just
work until we realize
a good
that
amount.
right and wrong is going to be a hard question to answer. We need to design our
well, maybe
systems
just
answering it.
Well, maybe just a good amount. And I think it is. Some might say no, but I think it is possible to at least get the majority of human beings on this planet to realize, don't initiate harm.
Agreed.
Just
doesn't seem like that
do
heavy of a lift when you think about it in simple terms.
Yeah.
The problem is what people define as the lines, right? Like every
Well,
human screws
if
up in the
people,
polysemi department.
if the majority of people were actually trying to focus on maybe deciphering some of these gray areas, if they had the intention to do
Right.
so, to want and get things right, that's enough to make the world
The
a
right
hell of a lot
question,
better in the first place.
yeah. The right question to ask, I feel like, is like, what can we do from a framework standpoint to make sure that the results we're getting stop chewing and spitting people out, right? Like the systems we design to fix this right now laughably and dramatically cause the problems they claim to solve.
Mhm.
Like that's pretty much all they do. And we need to figure out how we get out of this malaise. What did we screw up in our system design setup when we came up with the idea of institutions that made them all do this, all
Well, that
100% across the boards turn into a monster that eats you in the end?
well, that's where that's where it comes back to, just having that sense of right and wrong, because then those people who are in operation of these systems wouldn't be just like, oh, yeah, that's just the way it is. They'd be like, wait a minute, this is wrong. You know what I mean? The problem is right now is just that idea of like, oh, it's always going to be like this. Just do the best you can, whatever, soldier on. It's
Right.
like,
And the monster has kind of trained us all to just sort of feed it. Like that was the classic dragon tyrant thing to do with. Have you guys ever heard the fable of the dragon tyrant?
no.
This is like from old school before the technocrat wing took over. Honest to God, libertarian transhumanists told this story back when it was still possible to be in that club and be a libertarian transhumanist. But if you check the story out, it's the story of this dragon that encroaches on a kingdom, and it's a parable for death, right? The way that humans learn to love death and rationalize it in the end is ultimately because we can't do anything about it and we're terrified. But when things change and we can do something about it because the systems have changed and our abilities have changed because we've learned, right? Like how we learn to get over the fact that we were hopeless before reasonably, but now our hopelessness on this front and our rationalizations for our hopelessness on this front are killing us, and we have to learn to undo these and recognize that the only reason we believe we don't have the tools to win is because we've been trained to believe that.
Yeah. That's the whole idea. It's like if you say it's not possible or that'll never happen or human nature will prevent that,
you're
then
right.
it's never going to happen.
Exactly. That came up on Monday. And
yeah, I was listening. I wasn't here live, but I was listening after the fact, and I was like, oh.
When I was starting to look, when I did my thing about first principles, so it's like, I don't actually know the answers. I mean, some people are like, well, the founders kind of assumed that we were selfish, kind of bad people. I don't know if that's true. How much of it is actually programming? Now, of course, if it is mostly programming, the fact that we've had this kind of programming for as long as we have, how do you fix that? How do you change that? Right? That's a hard thing to reverse. And so, yeah.
After I listened to that episode, I was up for a few hours. I couldn't sleep. I didn't sleep that night because I listened to the episode and I had things in my head. And one of the things that, at least metaphysically, I've encountered is just this whole idea, especially after reading some Robert Monroe books about the Earth life system and then viewing it that way, the survival of the fittest mentality. It's like here we find ourselves in this creation where we're on this planet, and in order to live, you need to feed on other life of some sort, whether it's vegetable or, or animal, you still feed on life. It's like competition
in service of entropy.
Yeah, if you look outside, it's just like, it's like, all right, who came up with this idea? That this is what's going to happen. But anyway, the idea is like, if you're born into a system like that, yeah, any kind of internal programming is to survive. And of course, we are born as human beings not really capable of surviving. We need help. But there's still like a drive there. You cry out when you're hungry, you cry when you're tired, you cry everything because you're feeling pain. That's our first program.
The source of language.
Trained by suffering, trained by pain, trained by discomfort. That's how we get our training, even if there's no parent involved.
Well,
know,
and empathy from that probably was the roots of, the concept of love and, parental concern and even, divinity, right? Probably
right.
comes from that because it flows from the fact that if you can see another person in yourself, and it's really easy, for instance, to see your kids in yourself, but not as easy to see somebody from across the world in yourself. Then
So,
you feel their pain when they experience it and you want to protect them from it.
oh yeah,
Incites love, right?
oh yeah, that is the big, I guess, middle finger against the Earth life system. It's like, no, I'm going to love that person. I'm going to care for that person, not to
Right.
view everybody as
Yeah,
competition.
you might get most of these seagulls to this freaking oil slick, but not this fucking one. That's the thing that gets people out on the beach,
Hmm.
right?
So, I mean, I think that's like part of the basic programming there. So, human nature is not something where, oh, we're just greedy because we want to, or we're just selfish because we want to. It's kind of like those things are traps that you can fall into rather than having an enlightened self-interest,
Yeah,
where you see to your
exactly.
needs, but also see that other people have needs, and you at least have some empathy.
They're relational errors that foreground a thing that needs to come after relationships, right? Like that's why you screw up your reputation when you cheat somebody, and you find out why you don't want to be a cheater, because if your
Yeah,
reputation sucks, then you either have to get a new one if you can, which I
yeah,
think people should be allowed to do, because that's a punishment in and of itself, is to have to start over.
yeah. So, I mean, it's about getting to the point of realizing it is in your own self-interest not to initiate harm to you know,
Right.
to
And to
others.
facilitate a world where harm isn't easy to initiate
It's going to be better for you
against
too.
anyone. Right.
Yeah, I
Not
mean,
giving people excuses to have machines that hurt other people, for example,
so
regardless
I
of the motive
think
of the law or the justness of the cause or whatever.
so I think a big part of human nature, as you call it, and I don't even want to necessarily call it that. We're just kind of born, or at least our first experiences teach us fear. And that's a very, something that's hardwired into our programming. And I think it's that fear that makes us do the worst things.
Unless you're like a psychopath or a sociopath that hasn't the ability to fear, because only people without the ability to fear can really commit atrocities. Right? You can't be afraid of
I know
can't
that
be afraid of being
psychopaths,
wrong if you can't fear.
I know that psychopaths aren't capable of having compassion, but is it they're incapable of having fear?
Well, no, there are certain certain forms of sort of maladjusted person. I don't really like the labels psychopathy and sociopathy, because they don't really describe the brain. They describe
Okay.
a psychological experiment done in a black box way on the brain, right? So like
Mm-hmm.
we can come up with a way to describe an observational result in an experiment that studies psychology, but we
Mm-hmm.
can't really understand what lights up in one's head, right? We don't really know the motives. It could just be one gigantic fundamental attribution error of a system where we go psychopath, but really it's this kind of malfunction and that kind of malfunction that seems similar, but here someone shows no empathy and here someone shows cunning in spite of having empathy. And
Mm-hmm.
those would be two different things, but we have these categories that come from these tests that presume to not know how the brain works and to believe that it's not possible to know how the brain makes thought.
Mm.
Because psychology makes room for other origins for consciousness and human behavior. It black boxes it so far that we don't even start with a materialist connectionist view of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I
Yeah.
think it falls over. But like setting that aside just as a dumb like throwaway label,
Yeah.
there's certain subsets of psychological wound where your personality disorder is I have no fear.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And I
yeah,
think a lot of those people do the most dangerous things.
that's the thing. Since academia is such a competitive system, these different disciplines don't communicate. And, psychology and psychiatry are on their own things, and they don't recognize the importance also of the physical. And it's like, you're not going to have a good mental state if you have a bad gut biome. You know what I mean?
It's very true. No, it's
Yeah.
true. So true. Or like a toothache or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
People have this well of vitality they get back after they recover from an injury.
But yeah, our digestive system is innately tied into our, our psychology as well as our immune system and everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the way our minds create experience is to sweep across the whole thing, right? Like it's activated like a tick of a clock back and forth in a wave, right? Our brains go like that. That's why they have different kinds of waves for different kinds of experiences, and you end up, having a sense in your gut that something should make you go a certain way in your mind. That's an activation taking place across the network that doesn't require any kind of weight transport, that happens every second you think, every second you exist. If you breathe, in that moment you started breathing, neurons over here activate neurons in your fucking shoulder, if you think about it. Right? That's how brains are actually kind of the ultimate omni tool, because they ultimately can orchestrate in parallel anything you plug into them.
Yeah, I even felt it earlier because I've been kind of sitting in this chair using my voice for some work I do, and it was a lot of hours today, and I was turned to get my voice right on the microphone like this, for most of the day. My neck's turned that way. And earlier tonight when I just came on, I felt like something in my back. I'm like, "Ugh." And it's like, all of a sudden, that moment, I also felt flashes of just kind of like fear and anxiety and all this stuff, all just from like doing this most of the day,
Have you guys seen that old TED talk where the guy learns to hear like present sense impression of sound from a vest that he's wearing? You guys ever seen that one?
No.
It's a classic. That one actually demonstrates like the idea of brain just sort of learning patterns based on what's being connected to their network. Guy was born without being able to hear, and by the time he had worn this vest for like a week, based on the way they designed it, he was able to relay the words that people were saying based on vibrations it was picking up and transmitting to him through his back. He described it as hearing in present sense, right? Like
where was the
do sense or replace the broken ones.
Where were the vibrations? Well, I guess the vest was a transducer, taking sound energy, converting it to electricity, and then the electricity
high fidelity
goes
haptics. It was high fidelity haptics. It was just vibrating.
Oh.
I mean, vibrating rather complexly, right? Like enough to give the sound the fidelity it needed for his skin to replace his ears.
Oh,
which took time. Right? But ultimately, that's what it came to, was they used touch receptors to emulate hearing signals, and the brain started reading them like that for enough time.
Wow. So you didn't need to do anything to him physically other than putting a vest on.
Right. Because the kind of data and the kind of touch is a really sensitive system, right? Like you can actually see a lot through haptics. You can actually, if you've ever done one of those haptics sort of weird science labs, get ready to be amazed if you ever get a chance, because you can have a vibration do things like trigger hot and cold, or sensations of wet or rough texture if it's done right. Like it's a whole realm of just like, I mean, there are going to be AIs probably that design subtle haptics generatively pretty soon. We're going to vibe code different sensations that come through skin. I guarantee, like literally vibe code, I guess.
Wow.
That's
kind of like how sharks sense things through the kind of like a mucus that they have on their noses.
Right. Small charge or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I know at one point I was interested in possibly getting one of these. Have you heard of this God helmet?
Oh yeah.
What's this?
It's a helmet that gives you the feeling, or the almost like just the impression that there's a divine being near you. I think that's the God helmet you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Yep. And I believe it can actually create other states as well, but it uses a weak electromagnetic field to stimulate the temporal lobes. I don't even remember how I found out about this, but I was seriously looking at it at one point. I don't know if you can buy them anymore.
I would have marketed it differently if I were them. I would have called it a wizard hat, and I would have made up a story about the wizard that you were meeting.
Well, there you go.
Wow. But that brings up some questions as far as like, well, other than the obvious ones for me, I'm just wondering, okay, if it gives you that state, I wonder what would happen if I put it on. Would it be like, would you get an impression of God the loving or God the punisher?
Right. And would it matter to Would it matter more the framing, or would it matter more the mindset you bring to it to begin with? You know, your past experiences with the divine and that kind of thing. Like, if you grew up in a situation where if you didn't say the prayers right, you got a rap on the knuckles. You might have a different impression of divine than somebody who was raised in like a Unitarian church.
Yeah.
Or is it like DMT, where I guess everybody has the same experience?
I had such a different experience on DMT. People are full of shit.
Really?
At least the ones that are getting highlighted are a case within a subset of potential cases. My experience with DMT was entirely different from anybody's. It doesn't even work like I think people think because of this. Or I just had a bad experience with DMT and it just doesn't agree with me. I had the world essentially go really sort of hyper real and mirror like the whole time. That was my experience with it. And I also encountered entities perfectly in the real world, but I didn't go anyplace else. And the entities were total hallucinations, like obvious, cliche, classic hallucinations that you might expect from any. I didn't mean to take the drug actually, but when I encountered it, I was just like, people telling me they were going to a place and seeing these entities. And I tried it and reality got shiny for a while. I was like, that's neat because it ends fast. Like I could get into this, I guess, but it just didn't seem that revelatory to me, I guess.
Huh. I've not heard that. I've always heard the standard.
No, ayahuasca was a different matter. That was legit. That was terrifying. But
wow. Yeah, I don't need fear. Oh man. But
the thing I ever got out of a decent hallucination was I literally kept playing guitar better than I actually could before I started, and it was after the high wore off and it stayed. It was the coolest thing ever happened.
Oh wow.
That was LSD. So I always had trouble just like running scales fluidly, and I sat down to play while I was in the middle of an LSD trip for the very first time, and I imagined my hands working the right way, the way I wanted them to. And I was sure that when it was done, that I would go back to being clunky, right? Like that it was just a visual effect that I was imagining myself or hallucinating myself being better. But a good chunk of it stayed. It was the damnedest thing.
You kind of retrained things.
Yeah, no, it's. I think there's some therapeutic value in it that people probably are missing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Have you guys had any similar experiences, or is that not something you feel comfortable about putting on a live stream?
Well, not in the recent decades.
No, I found I could be productive on it. It was a long time ago. It was like 25 years ago. So, I mean, obviously it depends on the amount. I wouldn't say I was even microdosing, but definitely the ability to put together different patterns and solve problems in a creative way. So I've never had a bad experience with anything with, well, I mean, I guess ayahuasca, I mean, it was terrifying, but I mean, it was in a good way in the end. I mean, I mean, if you're using ayahuasca, you're not doing it for, I mean, there's a serious reason you're doing it.
Oh
right?
yeah, definitely.
So one day I'll
still being seriously terrified.
To a broader audience, man. But like, you guys don't even want to know. It would make you think that it would make you think less of me, probably. But you'd be like, holy shit, for real? Yeah, it would be that level. That happened tonight. So the TLDR version is in a country that I was unfamiliar with the language and didn't speak it. I randomly got dosed by somebody who thought they were giving me a present, and I thought that I was getting something entirely different, and so wandered around said foreign country for the better part of 48 hours, completely blitzed out of my mind on ayahuasca.
Oh,
wow! Yeah, that's not the right way to do that. That is definitely not.
Well, it was accidental, right? Like I thought I was getting like a sip of whiskey or something. I don't know. I was stupid. I was young. I was dumb.
Oh yeah, I could see how that would be terrifying. Wow.
Yeah. Transformative, actually, though. Changes the way you look at the world. But scary.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
I've had transformative
not a thing I'd recommend
experiences.
repeating at home. If anybody's curious, don't go to a foreign country. It's not set and setting that you want.
No. No. And basically I'm at, I don't know. In my adult life, it's like I'm now feeling more like, I'm all right, right now. I may not be all right, but I'm all right.
Yeah.
For
sure.
But binaural beats are one thing that have been helpful for me.
Those are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
basically
mentioned
make my own.
Yeah, you mentioned Monroe earlier, and
Yeah.
I actually, well, I've got the Gateway experience stuff
Mm-hmm.
that I played around with a little bit, but then I actually found out about Tom Campbell. This was probably 5 years ago, and
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's the guy that worked with Bob Monroe. He was a scientist, an engineer who actually worked on simulations for NASA,
Mm-hmm.
but then stumbled into transcendental meditation and then found he could actually, it really ramped up his ability to solve things. And then so he helped Bob Monroe to try to replicate Monroe's out of body experiences and try to do it scientifically. How can we induce these similar states over and over again? And so he was deploying. So I took one of his online things, and I mean, there's an open source tool for creating binaural beats, which I'm sure it sounds like you use.
Neat.
No, I'm a synthesis guy, so I don't need a tool. I just use two oscillators, just kind of detune them slightly, and working with different frequencies and then different amounts. Although generally, if you're looking for a delta wave state, it's like 4 to 7 hertz. So you want the frequencies to be apart by that much.
Is it more of an art or a science to uncover like where the different places are?
Well, like anything, every human being's going to respond a little bit differently, I think. Although I've never done experimentation with other people other than ask them their thoughts after I, gave them some of my sound experiences. And
interesting.
Yeah, no, for me, it is something that sucks you in. It's soothing, sucks you in. And then I do find my mind is quite quieter. I have a difficulty with that in general. It's like my mind is constantly chattering, talking. The chimp mind is going on all the time. And then when I'm trying to sleep, unless I'm exhausted, I usually can't. And so the binaural beats help a bit. And yeah, there was one time I was just slightly, I was just on the edge of going out of body. And I tell you, it's not what you think. You think maybe it'd be kind of like, glowy stuff where you just kind of leave your body and you're lifting up. No. You feel this sensation that you kind of remember, but kind of don't. It's kind of new, but you kind of remember. And it's like, I chickened out.
I feel like it felt like a pinch is what it felt like.
Yeah.
Like a pinch where sort of your sensorium was being pinched down into a very small point. So
yeah.
I remember
where everything kind of, and it's nothing. It's like nothing in front of you. Still, you sense it there, but it's close to you, like here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. It's interesting.
Yeah. But then when I was feeling my body kind of leaving through the vibrations or, getting distant from my mind, I was like, whoa. It scared me.
Well, there's a certain degree you can pull yourself back from it too. Like you don't have to
go.
go.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what happened. I didn't go. But I'm like, I'm trying to get back there again. Come on, please give me another shot.
Yeah.
So I'm working on that.
It's when you unlock the formula, you got to share it.
Well, there's not one formula. I mean, I've tried all these other techniques that people, even Robert Monroe's work, it gets me really relaxed. But I'm, as an audio person, I'm listening to his recordings and the beats and stuff and the slight changes going on. And I'm like, just thinking about that. And I can't get my mind to just not, think.
Well, I'd say I think you might want to look into Tom Campbell, because his whole approach is that all of the rituals and everything that Bob Monroe goes through, you don't need any of that. And so he really does try to strip it down to just it's like, all right, he produces binaural beats, and here are all the different frequencies. Some have white noise, some don't, or whatever. But he takes a much more kind of direct approach. I don't know. I experimented with it for a while, and then I'm kind of like, hey, do I really even, how much do I even want to do this? So I guess I haven't had the time to experiment with it. But
yeah, some nights it's just like I want to sleep. Well, not some nights. It's like most nights I just want to sleep.
yeah, well, I get that. I definitely appreciate that. I haven't slept for a while.
Yeah,
much.
That's what I mean.
So, yeah, I hear you.
I also feel like there's a lot of fun reasons to let yourself stay awake too. Sometimes it takes like a good solid sleep deprivation spell to get really creative.
Oh yeah, sleep deprivation can do some things.
It's an imagination Kickstarter if you have the stomach for it.
Or a psychosis Kickstarter.
Well, I mean, you don't want to do it like multiple days in a row or anything crazy.
Oh no,
staying up late.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. I feel like I recommend staying up late for people.
Oh, just staying up late? Yeah, fine. I'm a night owl, Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. No, I don't mean like hardcore sleep deprivation, like, what was the project the US government did where they tested sleep deprivation on the effects on people. I don't mean like that, where they use it as a weapon.
Oh, I don't know the name of that, but
they made a movie about it called The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Was that about sleep? I don't know that was about sleep
It
deprivation.
ended up, one of the things that they discovered in all of the whole project had this one little side piece that had to do with sleep deprivation. And the only time it ever touched the mainstream media was the time when they advertised that they tortured detainees by playing Barney over and over again, which emerged from that same program. Right. And you learn about it from the point of view of the Men Who Stare at Goats creator, who's the reporter who tried to tell a bigger story about it. And the only part that was remembered was this. Right.
Wow.
Wild times.
Yeah.
Tax dollars put to good use.
I'm sure that was probably all a USAID production, but.
Well, I don't know. No, sleep is important.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of sleep, I've been on this for 4 hours and 15 minutes, and I got almost no sleep last night. So
same.
Unless
I had plenty of sleep last night, but you should totally get some sleep.
I wouldn't mind winding it down, unless you guys have any particularly crucial.
But I look forward to your discussion on first principles and things like that.
Yep.
Because I'm certainly of the opinion that new tools and stuff like that are not going to lead to as much good as they should, unless the people using them at least don't want to harm each other. Let's just put it that way.
That would be nice. Unexpected, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and even if we can't trust people, right, to build systems that make it so that even when harms happen, they happen locally and don't turn into institutions.
Yeah.
Yep. Indeed. All right. Well, thank you very much for popping on, and
thank you.
Appreciated the conversation. That was a good chat, and a lot of information tonight. So thank you both.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now that you have this, a new schedule here, it looks like I'll be able to stop by the chat and hear you live.
Awesome. Great to have you on anytime.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
Awesome. Have a great night.
Yep. Catch you guys later.
Take care.
Later. Bye.
We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow.